Let's jump into a plethora of old news. Been running a little bit behind with everything that's been going on. So it's very important that we keep on the mission that we started at the beginning of the year. If you're new here, I'll explain. Over on my main channel on Hey Bricky, I started going live every Thursday. And what I would do is I would look at old articles that were posted that week in 1955 about Disneyland. And what we quickly started to realize is that the Disneyland TV show was way bigger of a deal than what most people ever give it credit to. But we also started to read and learn the Disneyland story in real time. And just because of the way that, the world works and attention spans work, the Disneyland story is often told as a very abbreviated story, right? Like, oh, Walt built Disneyland in 1 year for $17 million. Partially true. But what we started to learn by reading article by article is we started to read and learn the nuance, sort of the spaces between the legend of Disneyland and Walt Disney. I want to say the real story and the true story. So this has been an amazing exercise. I have learned so much about the Disneyland story and have really gathered a total respect for the Disneyland story from being on this weekly adventure. So what we're going to do today is we're going to start at July 1st because I've had a very busy July going out to Walt Disney World, and we're going to get all the way up to the edge of the 17th. So I have 16 days of old news to go through. Going to try to get through it all. Now, I am going to right now address the elephant in the room. And I need everybody in chat to help me out with this because people are going to be popping in over the next couple of hours. And I just want to address this right now because Brandon was the first one to ask, and I knew this question was going to come. So good on you, Brandon, for being first. I have not seen the Walt Disney animatronic as it's popped up and it's chasing me through social media. As soon as I see it, I click away. I'm maybe the last person on earth that wants to get his Christmas gift on Christmas morning. All I want to do is rope drop the park tomorrow, get my virtual queue, and go see the Walt Disney animatronic for the first time on the stage with the proper lighting, doing his thing. And then I will make my judgments and my artistic critique on it. But I do not care to see photos of it. I do not care to see people talking about it that haven't experienced it. I've already am catching the vibe that everybody's being negative about it, which is fine. You know me, I don't hold back. If something sucks, we need to say that it sucks. If something's great, we need to say that it's great. I don't believe in toxic positivity. I don't believe in toxic negativity. I believe in keeping it real. And I think if you've been with me for a while, you know that's sort of my brand. So I'm going to check it out tomorrow. I'm not going to talk about it, but until then, because I don't want to speculate. I want to relate to what I actually see in real time. So there you go. There's my feedback. When people pop in and go, Ricky, what about the animatronic? I'm not there yet because I am the rare person in today's world that loves to wake up Christmas morning and open my gift and be like, oh shit, it's Christmas. This is great. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Santa Claus. And tomorrow is the 70th anniversary of Disneyland. I've been counting this down all year, been putting a tremendous amount of effort into learning the Disneyland story like nobody ever has. And so I don't want to jump to the chase. I want to wait in line. I want to not know what it's like. And I want to get back to being surprised or shocked, very happy, very disappointed, but I want to experience it in real time in the real place where it happens and not vertically on an iPhone with somebody talking to me 100 miles an hour to get as much data in and as much outrage in as possible in 30 seconds. So call me old school, call me a fool, but that's the way I roll. All right, let's get going. So I'm going to bring you guys into the full way that I do the old news. What you can see is we are at July 1st. July 1st offers up 43 new stories. As you can also see, I have spun my office around just for this live stream in case we need to break down anything on the board, Like if anything needs to be drawn out, if there's something that we can't quite figure it out. So I got that behind it. So let's see here. I'm going to kind of skip around on the chat because I don't want to see people giving me their opinions of the Walt Disney animatronic. It's like been so hard to stay spoiler free on this. JW901 says, looking forward to your honest opinion. I will give you an honest opinion on this channel tomorrow. Once I see it, I will go somewhere in the park. I'll record a quick one take video and I'll upload it from Disneyland to let everybody know how I feel. All right, let's get in. So we have 43. I want to try to keep track of how many stories we go through today. So July 1st, 43. July 1, 43. All right. So I have them aggregated by like relevance. So what has the most hits. So we're just going to click these up in new windows. All right. This one looks interesting. Let's see here. This one's about the TV show. I can tell when they're about all right, it's about the park too. Searching for the TV show or Disneyland makes it really hard because the Disneyland TV show pops up so much. See, like this is just an ad. We'll look at one ad just so you guys kind of get the flavor of what the ads are, but we don't need to look at all the ads. We'll be here forever. All right, 2 matches. Don't worry, we're gonna jump into all of these full screen. I'll also be reading comments. But I also want this to be enjoyable if anybody's just listening to it kind of as a podcast. All right. This article right here, Night to Dedicate on the 17th. That is just an article that's been going around for the last week in the old timeline. Disneyland plans huge inaugural. That's the same article that's been circulating, as well as celebrities at Disneyland. Okay. So let's see what we got here on our first 10. And if anything really pops up that I feel is super urgent, I have a plan to make anything that really needs to be covered in depth into full videos. Okay. So this article right here, just to bring you up to speed, if you're new to the old Disney news timeline, there are these labor talks that are going on that are kind of threatening the opening of Disneyland. And this is sort of an ongoing saga. We don't need to get into reading all of this. And then there's another thing that's going on that is worthy of mentioning is they are currently very worried about traffic going into the park. Like that is a huge concern of everybody, the traffic going into Disneyland. So as that becomes a big worry, they have already started to have kind of a little bit of drama to where they are currently right now, citizens of Anaheim are bummed out because the city is taking 40 feet from everybody's front yard so they can widen Harbor Boulevard. See, right here it is. Harbor Boulevard residents meet with city council. Okay. We don't need to get into the minutia on all these because a lot of these articles are just kind of like republished over and over again, and we've already talked about it. But here we go. Harbor Boulevard residents meet with City Council. Anaheim City Council met for a special area investigation this morning at the home of Miss S.W. Hughes, 10272 Harbor Boulevard, one of the property owners disputing the current plans for Harbor Boulevard widening and improvement program. At a called meeting of the council Monday, considerable opposition was encountered from harbor property owners, and it was proposed that City Council should make an investigation of the Harbor Boulevard area with the people who live on the street. Major objection was proposed construction of cement dividing strip separating northbound drivers on Harbor Boulevard from Disneyland, preventing left turns into Disneyland. Residents on Harbor objected that the strip would ruin their land business-wise for living purposes, and with or without the strip, expected traffic on the street, they said, will make agriculture ventures on Harbor's east side impractical. Well, I have news for you. This will be one of many things that will make agriculture very difficult on Harbor Boulevard. And see, that gets into an interesting thing that right now this land, most people tell the story that it's orange groves. It's actually a lot of walnuts too. A lot of other different nut trees that are there. So it's not just oranges. Okay, so nothing major in there. Let's move on to our next one. more about the labor disputes. This labor dispute kind of goes back and forth, and what it really feels like is a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to pay? Who's going to buckle? It does look like unofficially Disneyland kind of threw some money to keep the laborers going, which I kind of feel is what they were looking for all along. That is a saga that will eat up a ton of time and not totally interesting to our experience, right? We're going to see a lot of this article. It's basically just a media piece that's been written by Bob Thomas. Bob Thomas is a guy in 1955 who covers the park a lot and lovingly. He's definitely a fan. This is just basically what do we call that? It's a PR release for the park preview. So this article has been circulating now for like the last 10 days in the old timeline. Edward, I am so excited to distract you from your job, although you kind of have a gnarly job, so I hope you're still safe. And see, here we go. Here's the article again. So essentially, what we're seeing, hold on real quick. Essentially, what we're seeing is a lot of people are, just circulating this article. Like this is in the Al Medina Time Star about the dedication of the opening of Disneyland. And whenever I'm on pages like this, I love looking at the old ads. I cannot resist looking at the old ads. They're so good. So there's a lot of fluff that I have to go through to find the heart of these stories. Here we go. Let me just mark this out. Disneyland Emporium. Experienced saleswomen. I love that they put gender in these old ads. Experienced saleswoman, toy, jewelry, cosmetic, gift, book departments apply Saturday 9 to 12, West Street Personnel Department, C. L.E. Phillips. So we're still seeing them hiring people, which is crazy because we're at July 1st. Park opens in 2.5 weeks in the old timeline. Position open for sales. I mean, they're still looking for labor. So if you lived in the area and you needed a job, Disneyland would be a safe bet. Okay, what do we have here? Equipment strike may end soon. Spoiler, it does. Okay. It takes a lot. Like when I would do the old news and people are like, oh, I love it. I wish you still did it. Like I would literally spend hours each week just combing through all of the articles to look for the ones that were the gems. So I would show up with a handful of articles, but I had gone through so much stuff to get to those gems. And I can clearly see what I need to ignore. For example, this is just going to be more classifieds. This is a real estate advertisement where they're showing that this new real estate development is going to be near Disneyland. I kind of have an idea on what is worthy of a click and what's not. Okay, so now we are up to the second batch on this date. Check in with the chat. What's up, Simply Brandy? How you doing? Always appreciate your comments. All right, so let's jump over here. See, we're getting this article, Governor to Dedicate Disneyland. This article pops up a lot. A boy's dream to see Disneyland. This is an advertisement where they're basically getting newspaper carriers to like compete to like sell more so they can get win a free trip to Disneyland. I mean, they're advertising it to local boys. It cost $1 to get into Disneyland. I don't know what kind of a reward it is at this moment. Let's see here. Okay, so see, this is something that's a little bit interesting. What is this little mention? Dun & Bradstreet reports that a restricted survey of a small meat market showed the butcher owners made only 1.4% net profit before taxes. Oh, another Disneyland item, the Fun Center will have its own weekly newspaper. So there you go. Like I would click in, look at everything, and like it's just to mention that there's going to be a Disneyland newspaper. I love it. Awesome, Jason. Yeah, I mean, essentially, I wanted to go through all these articles, Jason, and I was like, you know what? If I'm going to go through it and do it, why not just go live? And if we find something exciting, we find something exciting together. But I normally go live on Thursdays. Tomorrow I'm going to be at the park. I don't want to be another person live streaming from Disneyland tomorrow. Not my style. All right, what is this? Disneyland Underground features World Beneath. All right. You have got my attention. So this is from what is this? The Rialto Record, July 1st, 1955. Designing new worlds of fun for their park at Anaheim, Disneyland people have gone off in all directions. Up to the moon, out along the tropical rivers to Adventureland, back in time to Frontierland, and off in some direction or the other for Peter Pan's Neverland. There was only one way left to go, down. I know what this is about. And now they've done it. Latest world from the fantastic new playground is about a spectacle called The World Beneath Us, which involves a simulated descent into the earth via movies and mechanical models. So this company, the company that did the World Beneath Us exhibit, they put a lot of money into PR because people keep talking about this a lot, which is kind of cool because I'd never really heard of it. This is one of the different things you can do in Tomorrowland. Photos of it do not exist, but I have been capturing lots of articles about it because I would love to do a video at some point. It'd be a Hey Bricky video where I tell you what some of these early different exhibitions were. Located in a specially built theater in Tomorrowland section of the park, the free show documents the birth of the Earth and the ages of chaos when it was changing into the world as we know it today. It also gives viewers a look at what goes on thousands of feet underground in a world that no man has ever really seen. Operating on the obviously sound theory that everybody loves a good cartoon, the show starts off with a new CinemaScope cartoon created by Walt Disney Studios. Basically, the Technicolor film is the story of man and the world he lives in. The subject that is most interesting of all is in 5 minutes. It tells the tale of a 3 billion year history of the globe and its adventuresome story of man's development. An idea of the tremendous scale of which this film was made can be seen from the fact that it required nearly 30,000 drawings with 32 professionals working on a story creation and art alone, all for 5 minutes. This is where they're going to get to the story. This is what has got my attention about this. Adding a new note to the story of the world, the show moves into the hidden world underground backdrop for the underground portion of the show. Is a huge diorama, which is a spectacle itself. It's actually a 840 square foot model of the Los Angeles Basin. It is a three-dimensional scene so accurate that hundreds of buildings and landmarks are easily identified. Built to scale as to 1 inch to 100 feet, it represents a 450 square foot mile area as seen from a plane 6,500 feet over the ocean of Long Beach, where I live. More than 8,000 man hours were spent building it, and the building process was a strange one. Model makers used grape nuts for rocks, bits of moss from Finland for trees, several kinds of sawdust for texture, and even a portable hairdryer to make waves in the ocean. Though showgoers are stationary in the 3-level Richfield Theater, they are taken underground by means of gadget to end all gadgets, a huge chunk of earth out of the diorama. So this thing sounds insane. They built a huge model. This is one of many articles I've seen about it. Still kind of contextualized, like how they did it, more details about it, but they've got my attention. All right, let's move on to our next article. So I believe this great question, Edward. He asked, "Where did this happen?" How you doing, Lisa? Good to see you. I believe this took place where Buzz Lightyear sits today. If not where Buzz Lightyear's at today, where the exit through the gift shop is. I believe it was in that building in Tomorrowland. One of those two. So we also get hit a lot with articles about Fez Parker. People got mad that I called it Fez Parker. It sounded like I was pronouncing it a Z, so I have Fez Parker. Fez. So these come up a lot too because he's become a star from David Crockett and the Disneyland show. I love these kind of ads. Disneyland is equipped with cold temp freezers and refrigerators. Okay. Page 3 of July 1st. There were 40 articles, so we're halfway through our first day. Disney Golf Shark. Anyone else getting ads? Yeah, you're going to get ads while you're alive. It's just how YouTube works. I appreciate when you watch the ads. It's how it pays for me to be here. All right. So now when we get to the back half, I'll show you one of these ads so you can kind of see what it's like. Like Disneyland's just getting hit on all these little ads. TV listings as well. All right. We'll go all the way through page 4 and wrap up July 1st, and then we'll look into these. It says Knott's Berry Farms, but I have an idea what that is. That's talking about the TV show, just a false hit, TV show. Open up this ad and see what we get. Page 5. Okay. All right. So we have made it through July 1st. These are our last. So this is just a continuation. Dude, I'm obsessed with the history of this place. The hot dog show doesn't exist anymore, but my God, I looked up old photos of this place. It was unreal, the sign that they had out front. Yeah, check out this wild ad. So this is for a drive-in. They think that clowns are not scary and that they're cute, which is cute. And they're advertising how close they are to Disneyland, which you see a lot in this timeline. And then, hey kids, free comic books. I almost said, hey friends, like I was filming a video. Hey kids, free comic books. Adventure in Disneyland by Richfield. Richfield being one of the big sponsors, one of the sponsors with The World Beneath Us. Okay. So this is just more talk about random talk about real estate. Here we get a little hit in this Davy Crockett ad. I love these old ads. I love how everything is just so smashed together. All right. So we've made it through our first date. 43 articles we've gone through. Really no big hits. I would go through many days where I wouldn't catch anything. Let me head over to the chat real quick. I believe that model does not exist anymore. That is my understanding. Hope you're doing well, California Dad. All right. Let's move over to our second day for your Starbucks needs. Okay, so July 2nd is a Saturday. Let me do this wherever I may roam. But that's you, Mark, right? That's you? Got to put the things up on the wall. I got to go higher so I can get to my microphone. Uh-oh. Got to go higher so I can get my microphone to my mouth level. All right, let me put Mark up on the wall as my first thank you. Off to a bad start. Sloppy. Hold on. Little house setting. House dressing. Just tuck the chair under the desk. Not going to sit for a minute. All right, so let's do a thanks, friends. Let's do a old news. matter with my thick marker? Be right back. All right. We'll just drop Mark over here while that dries. Make it look like a logo. Are you a C or a K? I don't know. And it's always crooked when I do it. All right. Where's my cat? Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you. K. You're a K. Damn. Again. Now people are just going to think that I wrote my name. Yeah, it's no easy thing, California Dad. So we'll just put over here our, in the center. Old news. Old news friends. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you, bud. All right, let's keep going here. Let's go into our next date. All right, so Disneyland, July 2nd. Appreciate the super, Mark, and the nice little distraction. How many articles do we have? Okay, 44 for the second. And let's get going here. All right. There we go. Now I'm back in my window frame. All right, let's see what we get here. Hopefully we'll get some good stuff. The first was kind of a bust. Okay, 3 mentions. Those are going to be classifieds, TV listings. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay. These are the type of articles that I love because they're tethered to an attraction, and we get to learn more about the behind the scenes of an attraction. And these are just the little stories that kind of get lost through the pages of time. So let's check this one out. 80-foot rocket ship due here by July 6. An 80-foot rocket ship will travel through the streets of the Hollydale section of Los Angeles early Wednesday morning en route to Disneyland. This is the stuff that I love. The huge ship, 9 feet in diameter, made of steel and aluminum, will become TWA's display at the park as well as a theme for Tomorrowland. The rocket ship will leave the World Drip Engineering Company at 11810 Center Street, Hollydale, at dawn, approximately 5 a.m. on July 6. On a truck of the Bela Pacific Trucking Company, shout out, it will proceed east on Center Street to Imperial to Paramount South to South Street, east to Orangethorpe to Norwalk Boulevard to Ball Road to Disneyland. It is expected that the trip under normal conditions will take approximately 3 hours. Okay. This is an article that we save. TWA. Let's put a quick description in here. TWA rocket. Sorry, my microphone's in the way of my keyboard. TWA. That should be capitalized. Rocket. What do I want to say? TWA rocket. Construction. Location. So the reason why I want to save this, is that if I find myself like going out and about and I'm looking for something to get into, I can go, oh, when I go to this thing, I'm not too far away from where they built the TWA rocket. Now that I have the address, I'll just swing by there and film it. And, you know, maybe it's cool, maybe it's not, maybe it's still there, maybe it's not, who knows? But I love gathering information like this because it'll just be cool to one day be like, huh, so that's where they made the rocket. And then they did a 3-hour drive. Matt, we running back the open to close stream tomorrow? No, we are not. I do remember that day from 2020, but no, we are not. Actually, that date was 2020. Oh, yeah, 2020. When I did in 2020, I did something pretty crazy. I went live at 6 a.m., 7 a.m. in the morning, and I recreated an entire full day of Disneyland when it was closed, when it couldn't open up for its 65th anniversary. I used Google Maps, POV videos, and took people on a wild full day of Disneyland. I kept the schedule to a T, like we watched the parades at parade time. We did the fireworks at fireworks time. We did the flag ceremony. Like we literally ran an entire day of Disneyland, like detail to detail. No stone was unturned, and we kept the clock to make it feel realistic. That was a wild, magical day. Thanks for reminding me of Matt, that you've been with me for a long time. That's a good one, brother. All right, so now we know the TWA construction location. All right, let's keep going. Oh, wow. Look how many articles we have. All right, so we have the Disney labor, delays and construction. Okay. See, a lot of the same articles just pop up over and over again. I need to get back over to the Reacts. That was a fun day, wasn't it, Lisa? Okay. $380 auto deaths predicted for holiday weekend. I just love how negative people have always been. Okay, that's kind of a wild thing to just throw Disneyland in the middle of a weekend. More about the union. And more about the strike. People really got into this strike because it was good story of the time of like, will this thing happen or not happen because of the strike? It was pretty interesting how hard people got into it. All right, let's move on to page 2 for July 2nd. All right, TV listings, real estate listing. This is a lot like fishing. I always talk about this with my good friend Jeff, who I miss like crazy. He's not dead. He's just out to sea because he's a fisherman. And we always talk about, there's a lot of parallels in what I do and what he does as being a fisherman. And that when I do the old news, for example, or when I go to the park, it's kind of the same. It's like going fishing. Like, you know, I pull up these dates. I know there's going to be something in here, but you never know what you're going to catch. So like now we know where the TWA rocket was built. At some point, that little piece of information will come in handy. But it's also interesting that a lot of people think that everything is made by Disney. And today, And since the beginning of the park, they worked with so many outside contractors. I think a lot of people just assume that Disney designs all the merchandise. They, design and build all the attractions. And really, they're just a big creative agency. And they work with lots of different creative partners. So if you've watched any of my merch search videos, you know that I'm in that loop. Okay. Doesn't look like we're going to get a lot on the second. It was weird at the beginning of the year. The news started to ramp up and ramp up and ramp up. And then as it got closer and closer to the opening date, the news really slowed down. And you could tell that Disney was just like all hands on deck. Like they stopped kind of promoting it. They stopped working with the community. They were just like anything they could do to get it open. Hey, Bricky, can you make me a Vibes soundtrack? What are you looking for, Rick? I don't quite understand. You've intrigued me. Okay, let's see here. YWCA planning summer trip for teenagers. The trip in the future, will be to Griffith Park, the planetarium, and Disneyland. So we can already see it becoming kind of a part of youth activities, going to Disneyland. Here's a little tidbit. Power of TV note. Guards at Walt Disney's Disneyland, due to open here July 18th, are chasing away 50,000 would-be gate crashers every week. So this is something we've talked about a lot on the old news tonight, is that there's tons and tons of people that just keep showing up at the construction site. They just want to see what in the hell is the Disneyland and what can they see. And once they did a TV special, the opening report where they kind of showed them doing the construction and everything, that only got more and more people showing up to see what it was like. So I won't go into detail about this because I've now talked about this so many times on the old news live streams, but I'll tell it once and only once tonight. The very first thing that they built at Walt Disney World was a preview center. And the reason why they did that preview center with, a huge model of the park and lots of previews is that they realized from Disneyland that people were going to show up because people would be curious and they would want to know what they were up to. And Walt, even as much as he had going on, Walt was like, you know what we should do? We should do a tour for people. So when they show up, we can easily just kind of like say, hey, here's what Disneyland's going to be. And we can put it together that way. So that when people show up, there's something for them to do. And obviously they couldn't fit that into that timeline. But when they did do Orlando, that was the first thing they built. And that was inspired by Disneyland. All right, let's keep moving on. I just realized that there should be like a separation here. I also realized I didn't ask Mark what color he wanted. If you want me to change your color of your shout out, Mark, let me know. Your options are green, red, and blue. And my gardeners just got here, so it may get loud. Just kind of put like a little shape around this. All right. So there we go. Now there's a separation. Old news friends. What a thing to be called. All right, you're down with black. Me too. I figured. I've hung out with you before. You're also a Raiders fan, so I figured that we were good with black. All right, let's move over to our next article. Okay, here we go. Talking about an attraction. That's what we like to see. Circarama widescreen grand climax. Hollywood. The end of Hollywood's widescreen revolution is in sight at last. Walt Disney today unveiled a screen so wide it goes all the way around the theater. This new circular screen was hailed with some relief by the local press. For nearly 2 years, we have been tramping to demonstrations of widescreen systems from Cinerama to VistaVision, with stereophonic sound blasting from seats and chandeliers. Disney decided to end it all with a round screen that has a 360-degree angle. It needs a circular theater, of which there is only one so far. It was installed as a free exhibit at the new Disneyland amusement park that opens July 19th. So everything is a little off in these old newspapers. Like 17th is a preview, Monday the 18th it opens to the public. Santa Maria Times is just going to go with the 19th. Hell with it. We'll just pick a different date. So, just a little article that's actually a promotional piece. Love when marketing and entertainment cross paths. No new news really worthy of saving, but it is interesting how they're predicting that, this theater is going to change everything. It changed the theme park. It didn't change the industry. The problem with 360 is you're always missing something. Like people do, as a novelty, a 360 screen or a sphere is great as a novelty, as an experience, but it's not practical as a reality because people don't want to feel like they're missing something. Okay, let's see what we have here. Handy Andy. All right, this is a little quick blurb about the opening that will be coming up soon. The ABC TV network hopes to break all audience records for a single show when its TV cameras cover the dedication of Walt Disney's Disneyland Park near Los Angeles. This spectacular comes on July 17th. Prominent stars of the stage and screen will be on hand as the cameras rove throughout. Rove. What does that word mean? Rove. Rove throughout the park. Irene Dunn sets the ceremonies in the motion by dedicating a 105-foot paddle wheel steamer named Mark Twain. Sorry if you guys are hearing the mower, but you got to keep that lawn tight, baby. Okay, we got this. Knott's Berry Farm. Nothing really there to report. Disneyland executive. You'll find your exclusive residential area in Garden Grove. We have several new and nearly new. Oh my God, it's so blurry. New one homes, Brookhurst Realty. It's funny that by today's world, you'll see, a lot of people be like, oh, the poor people that live next to Disneyland. But everybody who bought property near Disneyland knew what they were doing. They wanted to be there. And people nowadays try to tell the story that the park took over the town. No. People fled there to be near the park. It's always advertised as a perk. So it's definitely giving me a different context on that version of the story. All right. 2 dates down. Let's move over to July 3rd. That's a Sunday. 49 matches. This is our most so far. We started out with 43, 44, 49. Jason Harris. I dare someone to take a ladder tomorrow and try to get in the park the alternate 1955 way. Jason, you think that ladder is in the Disney archives? How great would that be? How great would that be? Okay, let's jump in and see what we get here. We are now on July 3rd. 17 matches on that one. 6 matches, but it looks like ads. This looks like it might be something worthy of notice. 4 mentions on this one. This looks like ads, but with 4 matches, we'll click it. This is obviously a repeat of whatever's happened here, but it might be a better clarity. This looks like an article of note. It's talking about the TV show, and that's a TV listing. Okay, that's the first page for the third. All right. Mixed emotion set for Disneyland's opening. All right. This looks like a big article. I don't know that we need to read the whole thing. Let me just do a quick scan. Oh, I see. This is a article in the Register. So this is an Orange County publication, and they're talking about the city and the citizens. All right, let's jump in. If it gets boring, we'll bail. But there could be some gold in here. Is the honeymoon over already between the mother colony and Mickey Mouse? Some Anaheim residents may be eligible to move Sleeping Beauty Castle the way they are rubbing their eyes. Many citizens of Anaheim are beginning to regard the opening of Disneyland with dismay and mixed emotions. The kind the man had when he pushed his mother-in-law over the cliff in his new Cadillac. All right. I already know what kind of article this is going to be. This is going to be one of those 1955, like I'm a witty writer type thing. A clothing merchant job owners are driving me wild. Now that Disneyland is coming to Anaheim, they say I ought to double my orders. And there's plenty of fly-by-nights moving into town to skim the cream. Yeah, it's going to be one of these like, I'm a hip writer, talking trash. This is basically like old school Inside the Magic. All right, we're going to skip out on this. I've read too many of these articles where you're just like, what in the hell are you talking about? What is your point? And there's nothing like historical there. It's like some dude just like, getting everybody all fired up because emotions means clicks. All right, so these are just shoe salesman at Disneyland. Damn. Here is that diorama. I mean, this is how clear the photos are, but here is what this diorama looks like of Los Angeles, where 1 inch is 100 feet. But like, look how these dudes are just like inside of it, putting it together. What I wouldn't do for a clear photo of this. Diorama, huge model of Long Beach, Los Angeles basin, is being readied at Disneyland in Anaheim. Worker in foreground is John Henry of Long Beach. Oh, way to go, John Henry. Look how wild that thing is. Oh, making waves with the hairdryer. All right, we'll jump in and see if there's any new context here. They're making the Long Beach breakwater out of grape nuts and putting waves in the Pacific Ocean with a portable hairdryer. Sounds like a lot of foolishness, but it's all being done for Disneyland, and everybody knows that the gent behind Disneyland is foolish like a fox. The grape nuts, breakwater, and ocean with a permanent are just two of the unique parts of the novel. New diorama being made for Disneyland show called The World Beneath Us. Okay. The diorama will be setting for a portion of the free show that tells us the exciting story of the man, the world he lives in, and the hidden world underground. As a backdrop for 7 minutes of action, it probably rivals anything Hollywood has ever done so far as labor and painstaking care is concerned. Okay, a lot of this we've already saw in the other ones. To produce ocean waves, a special substance that dries instantly at a certain temperature and waving portable hairdryer over the area, waves are created. Let's see. Naturally, the trees in the model are not really trees. They are bits of specially treated lichen moss. The moss grows only in tropic or Arctic climates, and the batch used on this diorama was shipped from Finland. Fun fact, the way that Oga became so wealthy and became the crime lord of Batuu at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge is that she harvested the golden lichen from the spires. That is a very, very deep, deep imaginary backstory. The 840 square foot model, nearly as big as a 2-bedroom house, represents nearly 450 square miles from Santa Monica to a point south of Long Beach. It's built to scale. We've already saw this in the other article. By the time it's finished and installed at the Richfield Show and the new playground in Anaheim, how insulting, calling Disneyland a playground. The model will represent more than 8,000 man-hours of labor by highly skilled artists. Viewers will see it, though, as they were on a plane at an altitude of 6,500 feet over the ocean off Long Beach, and they'll see it blah, 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 at night. It is painted with fluorescent paint so that under black light, showgoers will see what it's like to fly over LA at night. Viewers can see the diorama when Disneyland opens July 18th. The World Beneath Us show will tell the dramatic story of the 3 billion year history of Earth from birth of the globe throughout development of man. It will also show what goes on underground in a Cinescope cartoon, especially created by Walt Disney Studios. The show will be located at the Tomorrowland Realm. All right, I'm going to save this article just because at some point I would love to do something about the world beneath us. I'm normally a much better typer, but my microphone is literally right in front of my keyboard. All right, so we'll save that for a future video. See what I mean? Max. Yeah, I'm a spice pusher. What a good shout out to Drape. Yeah, some of these articles, we just kind of get the same ones over and over. So. Okay. I love human nature, right? Like Walt Disney's opening this thing that nobody's ever done before. And everybody's concern is like, well, it's going to be a big traffic jam. It just is kind of reassuring that people have always sucked. Well, here we are, just 2 weeks away from the biggest traffic jam in history, otherwise known as opening of Disneyland. Let me just park here for a minute. Let me just park here for just a minute. You work your ass off for over a year. You dream of something for over a decade. You take out all these loans, get all these people, and you really come up with something that nobody has ever done before. And you don't know this at the time, but you're reinventing entertainment. And all that Don Smith has to say about it is that it's going to be the biggest traffic jam in history, otherwise known as the opening of Disneyland. F you, Don. But you know what Don is? Don's one of these guys who dreams of writing movies, dreams of being in the entertainment industry, but he's stuck writing at the register. This is the type of personality Don is, and I already know that after one paragraph, which maybe isn't the best way to greet Orange County's newest, biggest, and most fantastic industry, but it'll do for a starter. Oh, Don, we're kind of on the same page, Don. You just admitted that you wanted to do something to get everybody's attention. Well, now you have our attention. Win me back, Don. Win me back, and then I'll apologize, even though I'm sure you're probably dead. But let's suppose you survive the traffic, screaming kids, boiling radiators, and all, and make it into the parking lot. What you'll find before you head back home. Man, Don is like just a dick. Well, for one thing, from the entrance, you'll find yourself facing a ride on the scale model train, which will run around the perimeter of the place to give you an idea of the sites available. After the train ride, you'll tumble into Disneyland proper and walk through Main Street, USA, where everything is an 80% scale complete with false fronts, an opera house with nothing in it, and a bandstand. Not to mention 2 restaurants, including a buffeteria, where you'll collect the chow and sit outside and watch other tourists touristing. All right, I'm out. We are here to look for historical context, things that helps us tell the Disneyland story better, not to see one of these cool writers kind of like promote it and shit on it at the same time. More real estate, people trying to be near Disneyland. Here's another image of that model. a little bit more clear. So I'm going to save this as well. Because, I mean, when I do a video about this, these might be the only images that I can really find. But also maybe if I ever visit some of these newspapers or libraries, I can look up these photos and get the actual scan of the photos, not... Yeah, the same article that we read. And it also has like little lines through it. So it looks like the other article was actually scanned better. Okay. Here's just a little blurb about the opening. Okay. Let's keep moving with July 3rd. Friends, we've almost been alive for an hour and we have only made it through 2.5 days. We got to get to the 17th. I want to thank my good friend Mark for super chatting. You see him on the wall as an old news friend. Appreciate you, Mark. It's very confusing because his name is the same as mine. So it basically just looks like I wrote my name on the wall. All right, there's the governor, TV listings. Yep, TV listings, more TV listings, more TV listings. I do like looking at old ads. Got to pick up the pace here, or the stream will go till the park opens up tomorrow. Classifieds, real estate. We'll see what this is. I've been doing this for so long that I actually recognize a lot of the ads. Like I could just, before I click it, I know exactly what the ad is. We'll check out this. Check out this. I know what that ad is. Classifieds. See what this has to say. But if I put an A for your last name, my middle name is A. So people were like, he just started writing his name and then he gave up. Okay, let's see here. What is this? Courthouse capers. Speaking of fires, the bird who is building those fire stations for the Board of Supervisors at Midway City and Stanton better get the lead out. The board is getting ready to take legal action, claiming he's done nothing for the past 5 weeks. Maybe his carpenters are all over at Disneyland. Right, just somebody talking trash. Oh, Rick Roberts. I love the name Rick Roberts. 2 R's? Let's go. Rick, what's your color? Black, blue, red, or green? Keep in mind, green is hard to read. Look at this. They ran the same ad twice. Ballers. Just spending that money. Ooh, what's this? Now we're talking. Yo. Blue. Let's go. We'll jump into this article, but first I got to give a shout out to Rick Roberts, double R. Thanks for all you do. Loving the vlogs. Make a public vibe song playlist when you get a chance. All right, I see what you're saying. I mean, I guess if I did a public playlist, then when I did a new video, I could just put those songs on the playlist. So this playlist wouldn't be like curated to like listen to straight through, but you would just know the video. All right, Rick Roberts. Let's go. Rick Roberts got a logo. Double R, Rick Roberts. Everything's so crooked and crazy. Smether, I need your color. I need your color. And Brandon, I need your color too. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the support. Check that out. That Rick Roberts logo is sick. It's so sloppy. All right, let's jump into this article while I'm waiting for Smithers and Brandon to give me their color. Smither and Brandon. Smither wants stripes. Got it. Smither wants stripes. Okay, here's how we're going to do Smither. So weird because, it just basically like pushes everything around. Also, everything's so crooked. Can you guys see that? Oh, you can't see it because of the light reflection. Can you see it now? Oh no, the light reflection. Damn it. Damn it, the light reflection. Can you see it now? There you go. There you go. Now you can see the Smither ass. There you go. Now you can see it. Did Brandon tell me what his color is? You can kind of see it. Sorry about that. It's stripes, right? It's stripes. Damn, there's still a reflection on it. That is like the worst spot ever. Maybe that'll help. No, it didn't help. All right, whatever. Moving on. Brandon, I need your color. All right, figured it out. Black and white mark. All right, black and white's easy. Was it Brandon? Black and white, black and white. Okay. Just fill it in over here. Because you said black and white. We got to go black and white. Let's go. There you go. Brandon's got that little BR down there. All right, let's keep moving. Let's jump back in. Lowering the brightness of my screens is difficult because I got 3 different monitors going and that gets into the control panels and it's a bit much. Okay, let's jump into this article and then I'm going to hit up Jason. I'll do Jason now while I'm here. This should cover beignets at the mint julep bar. Give me blue like my new cap. Oh, the new hat. I love that. Jason. What did I do with the blue marker? What did I do with the blue marker? Oh, put it in upside down. I'm such a visual learner that I was like, where's the blue marker? I only saw this. All right, Jason got the blue cap. Let's go. Hold on. I had it in my mind. I can't see it anymore. All right, let's keep going. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it. I hope you had like your new hat. All right, let's move over to here. We got something that popped up. This is cool. We're definitely saving this. Okay. Disneyland visitors will have an opportunity to inspect this aluminum telescope in the Tomorrowland area of the Disney project, which opens July 18th. The Disney park is nearing completion at Anaheim. The telescope is part of the Kaiser Aluminum and Chemical Corp exhibit. Yo, this illustration is great. We definitely want to save this. Let's do like a Tomorrowland exhibits. That's not how you spell exhibits, dummy. Exhibits. Okay. World Beneath this would technically go in there, but this isn't like very specific on that. But this illustration's great. Okay. Was that an earthquake or just how I hit my desk? Okay, we have real estate. More real estate. Entertainment listings. Oh, what's this? This could be interesting. Orange trees. Features include raised hearth, fireplaces, forced air, heat, built-in oven and range, and central hall plans in some models. Oh, it's a home advertisement. Valencia orange trees are on every lot at Buena Berry Park, and each home is on a dry, level terrain. It was beaches, Disneyland. Yeah, just people trying to get you to buy a house near Disneyland. Okay. Let's move over to our next date, which will be Monday, July 4th. We are now 2 weeks from opening. Max, what's up? Let me hit you up here. Let me just pull some. All right, this looks like that's going to be the thing that we just saw. That looks like it's going to be the same thing that we just saw. 4 matches here. How many do we have on this date? 17. This is our softest day so far. Softest date so far. So far we've had on the first 43 articles, second 44 articles, third 49. Now we're down to 17. So we'll be able to fly through this day. I'm going to get all the articles set up and then I'm going to give a shout out to my bud Max. We've already seen the Everybody Wants Disneyland ad. Okay. That's the 17th. Right? Is this different than the article we just read? No, it's the same one, but it's also combined with, well, no, there's more information in here. All right, let's see. Giant telescope focused on the birth of the brightest star in the world of metals, aluminum, will greet visitors to Disneyland this summer. The telescope is part of the Kaiser Aluminum and Chemical Corporation exhibit at the Walt Disney's fabulous 160-acre park in Anaheim, which opens July 18th. There is a magic world of medieval castles, rivers, steamboats, log forts, and Peter Pan. The story of aluminum's abundance, versatility, and beauty, will be unfolded in an exciting celestial setting in the park's Tomorrowland. Fabricated from aluminum and more than 40 feet long and 8 feet in diameter, the big telescope will serve as the entrance to the exhibit. Through it, visitors will pass to see and hear brightly told account of how aluminum has mushroomed in relativity, I don't know, I can't figure out that word, dyslexic. Brief period from a rare, precious metal to the servant of man it is today. Servant of man, that's a wild way to talk about a metal. A talking knight from King Arthur's court, a present-day knight in a firefighter's suit, and the armor-clad spaceman of the future will each tell fascinating stories about aluminum's benefits from a platform inside a giant aluminum sphere. Climaxing the celestial tour, Venus' historic symbol of beauty is recreated life-size in a glamorous futuristic setting that represent the combining of art with industry and the inherent beauty of aluminum, or as our European friends would say, aluminium. The statue, draped in the aluminum yarns and bathed in colored lights, is surrounded by a huge multi-pointed aluminum star. Below, fanciful settings of visionary uses of aluminum afford a glimpse into the future. Friends, aluminum is everywhere. The park itself has aluminum story to tell. Okay, this is great. Now we're getting into someplace. Cohen Film, I'll get you in just a minute when I give a shout out to Max, but we are on an aluminum roll right now. The park itself has an aluminum story to tell, a story of the real life applications presented symbolically in the Kaiser aluminum exhibit. Disney artists and designers working closely with Kaiser aluminum engineers found, take a shot every time I say aluminum and you'll be dead. Aluminum engineers found aluminum's high strength, lightness, and easy workability, attractive appearance, and economy made it's ideally suited for a wide variety of uses. Okay, now tell me what those uses are. Sometimes the metal is evident in attractive natural state. In other cases, it performs its useful functions disguised to conform with the decor of another period. Fantasyland. The 70-foot canopy over the King Arthur Carousel in Fantasyland, for example, is a light, durable aluminum, but painted to simulate the gray-colored fabrics of the time. Yo, fun fact. The gleaming finals, crest, and flagpole atop the battlements of the Fantasyland Castle are aluminum anodized a rich gold. Hold on. Hold on. You've probably heard the story like I have, Cohen Film and Max Daily. You've probably heard the story like I have, that when Roy was away, Walt got gold put on top of Sleeping Beauty Castle. But now this article is telling us that it's aluminum? Oh, get out of here. Let me just do this real quick. A-N-O. Where's that word at?
Anodized.
Coated with protective oxide layer and electric process.
Anodized.
Anodize.
Anodized. Well. What have we just discovered? So let's read that one more time. The gleaming finials, crest, and flagpoles atop the battlements of Fantasyland Castle are aluminum anodized a rich gold. Only a block or two away, but spanning centuries in time, Tomorrowland 2 is aglow with aluminum. A rocket ship towering 80 feet above the air has aluminum skin, as does the 24-foot tubular clock standing in the gateway to Tomorrowland. Perched above the clock, depicting day and night, are a big spun aluminum sun and a cast aluminum moon face measuring 40 inches between points. Architectural uses of aluminum are visible throughout the park and especially in Tomorrowland, where advanced design and imaginative use of materials set the stage for glimpses of the future. Many of the walls, both exterior and interior, are made of aluminum, as many of the doors, windows, structural members of railings. Visitors to the park may find relief from the sun under fanciful shading devices. These are supported by giant hairpins made of, you guessed it, aluminum tubing. At night, the park is illuminated by aluminum, by scores of futuristic lights attached to graceful aluminum tripods. It's literally like a kid who's like, I got to get to 1,000 words. I got to use aluminum in every sentence. And applications where high strength combined with lightweight, a prime requirement, again, aluminum frequently is proving to be the answer. The bumpers on the sports cars for the Children's Freeway, we're talking about Autopia, for example, had to be light yet tough enough to stand under driving shocks. Aluminum plate 3 inches, 3/8 of an inch thick was chosen. The big beams that drive the paddle wheel, oh no, the Mark Twain's aluminum on the 105 Frontierland steamboat had to be light to keep down above deck's weights, yet strong enough to withstand 22,000 pounds of alternate pull and thrust pressure. Disneyland is a new idea in entertainment, in the words of its creator, a fabulous playground, something of a fair, a city of Arabian Nights, a metropolitan of the future, a showplace of magic and living facts, but above all, a place for people to find happiness and knowledge and aluminum. Dude, what if the castle is actually aluminum and it's not gold? All right, we are saving this one. We're going to put it in the Tomorrowland exhibits. Dude. What? Angela's like, regardless of the truth, I prefer the story that Walt had gold applied when Roy was away. Oh, Angela, you don't want to know the truth that it's aluminum? Ah! Whoa, 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 whoa. That is so wild. Max, what color you want? Cohen, what do you want? I know that portions of the castle are fiberglass because that was a big deal at the time. No, Max, you can't handle the truth. Friends, we just went full truth over here. Full truth. All right, Max Daly says, OG Club 1313 member here. Stoked to be on the new Bricky vlog. Keep grinding. You're ready for this lagoon project to be done or what? I know exactly what you're talking about. Talk about a pain in the Don Smith. Thanks for the stream, neighbor friend Greg. Dude, that's amazing. Max wants the green. Trying to make it somewhat visible. Max. Frito Bandito, man. You want gold leaf? Cohen, I don't have gold leaf. Let's see here. Cohen says, always, where to go? Always appreciate the content. We always took pictures with the Carnation truck. Long live the people mover. Absolutely. Did Cohen ever say his color? Okay. All right, let's move over to our oh, no, we still have more articles. Still have more articles. It just felt like a victory getting through that one. Waiting for Cohen to give me his color for my friends. All right, so let's see what else we have here. This is what we just read. The same article circulated elsewhere. I'm going to save this one, though, because the contrast looks really nice in this one, and I might need this image for a video down the road. Okay. Letters to the editor. All right, let's see what this person's complaining about. Mr. John Cronin, publisher, Orange County Magazine, 325 North Broadway, Santa Ana, California. On behalf of the residents of San Clemente and the adjacent area, it is a pleasure to welcome Disneyland to Orange County. San Clemente is located in the center of the coastal recreation area of our Southland and annually attracts thousands of visitors from all parts of the nation. Disneyland will be added attraction and will offer these and the millions of California guests something unique in the nation. The beneficial effects of this fabulous enterprise will be felt by every city in Orange County. As mayor of San Clemente, I extend congratulations to Walt Disney for his vision and the hearty welcome to Disneyland. Oh, look at this guy trying to get on the media list. All right, more telescope at Disneyland articles. All right, that puts us through July 4th. Let's move over to the 5th. I'll check in with the chat and see if Cohen Film gave me his color yet. All right, so the 5th, we have 36 articles. Cohen says, any color. Thank you, Cohen. Appreciate you for being easy to work with. We're going to just do this Cohen Film. Man, I keep seeing stuff in my head and then I lose it. CF. All right. The Blue Tarp. What's up, brother? How you doing? All right, let's jump in. We are now July 5th. Our goal is to get to the 17th. 36 articles. We're going to cruise through them and see what's up. Let me go over to the React screen. There we go. All right. 10 hits. Classifieds. TV listings, giant telescope. We'll see if there's anything new there. Classifieds. Dude, if we figured out that the castle's made out of aluminum, holy smokes. We are going to just go over to Amazon and just rip some of these guys that wrote books about Disneyland. Well, actually, I learned that the castle's made out of aluminum. It's not gold. That's a lie. What if Walt told Roy it was gold and Walt just pocketed the money and said, you know what, just use aluminum. I don't give a shit. Mark Twain, aluminum. It's all aluminum. Whatever it is, I think I see becomes aluminum to me. My wife came up with a good one once. She wanted to sing the pirate song, but didn't know what the next line was. Because everybody knows, yo ho, a pirate's life from me. But the next line, like, hardly anybody knows. And so she just dropped this one. Yo ho, a pirate's life from me. Whatever it is, I think I see becomes a Tootsie Roll to me. Yo ho, a pirate's life from me. Works perfectly. It's all I sing now. Getting lots of little one hits here. We're going to just pop these open and see page 4. Okay. I'm going to rip through July 5th. Oh, look who it is. It's a photo of Owen Pope. Maybe you saw my documentary about the popes. This photo was in there and this photo was in there. In fact, I think I've actually read this article when I was researching that video. Disneyland special, tiny horses for the wee folk. There's another one, Disneyland Wonderland. We love the Disneyland Wonderland. Yeah, I've already read this before. Where I got some photos of Owen. Jack Montgomery, a raw-boned Wyoming cow puncher. Would you want to be known as a cow puncher? Okay. All right, so we've already read this one before. That's covered in my popes. I'm looking for new data here. Uh-oh, Disneyland fire. Say more, friend. Thank you, Lisa, for saying it's a great doc. Thank you, Jason. That was one of my favorite videos that I've done so far this year. Has not been a big success, but that's okay. It's evergreen. People will keep finding it. Minor fire put out at Disneyland site. A minor fire in the Tomorrowland section of Disneyland this morning gave the Anaheim Fire Department an opportunity to test the speed of racing from the station to the giant amusement park. The fire reportedly started at a welder's torch in one of the structures in Tomorrowland, was quickly extinguished by Disneyland Fire Department before the Anaheim units arrived on the scene. The fire caused very minor damage, it was reported. Disney holds preview for studio members. Yeah, can't really read that article because there's a giant turd through the middle of it. Angela. See, Angela is a friend of ours. Thank you so much for your support. But Angela doesn't want to know the truth. Angela is going to go with the gold. She's going to stick with the gold story. She doesn't want to know the truth. Angela says, entertaining apocryphal stories over boring truths all day, every day. Keep up the incredible work. We appreciate you. I appreciate you, Angela, and the fact that you're like, you know what, Bricky? I don't want to know about the aluminum. I don't want to know about it. So old aluminum Angela, thank you so much. Whatever it is, I think I see aluminum. There we go. Good old aluminum Angela. Fitting right in there. Thank you. Appreciate you. The truth is out there. Stu! What's up, brother? Man, I want to show you guys the Yeti pose. I don't know if I can, though. Thanks, Angela. Appreciate you. Stu, give me your color. Let's jump in. Okay, we can't read that because it's all blacked out. Whoa. Bad scan. Or no, this is redacted. Glimpse. Disney gets glimpse of land visitors. Walt Disney had an early glimpse of what opening day at Disneyland might be like yesterday when he greeted members of the Disney studio in Burbank on their first visit to his Magic Kingdom. Oh, right. 4th of July was yesterday in the old timeline, and that was the day that Walt took some of the people from the Penthouse Club at Disney to a early soft preview where they got to ride the railroad, see various other things, have a little picnic. I know this story. Purpose of the preview was to film footage which will be incorporated in the premiere telecast over at ABC July 17th. I did not know that part of the story. Enthusiastic guest members of the Penthouse Club began arriving at 10 a.m. I love when the old article comes up and I'm like, I already know this. What a nerd. Arriving at 10 a.m. and were treated to rides on both the Santa Fe and Disneyland passenger and freight trains, on the horse-drawn streetcar, on the Mark Twain, as it sailed the rivers of America from its Frontierland dock, and on the various stage, wagon, and buggy rides. Youngsters took full advantage of the pack mules, and several such trains made their way through Frontierland's painted. The entire party was served lunch at a special tent at Disneyland. Damn. That might be one of the best visits to Disneyland ever. I'm just going to save this one. I've already done a video about this, but I just feel like I should keep this article. Disneyland Advanced Preview. Advanced Preview. Stu says any color. M&M Custom Finishing. Hey, Bricky, I sent you a DM on your IG yesterday. Let me know what you think. I will get to that. I'm very bad at keeping up on my social media and emails. But at some point, I sit down and I just look at everything at once. So I'm not very good at looking at it on day-to-day, but I appreciate it, M&M. Stu says any color. M&M, you got to pick. Karen Johnson says, my daughter hopes to see Bricky and the Woo Man at Disneyland on its 70th birthday this week. Well, I'll be there all day tomorrow, so hopefully I'll see you and your daughter. Stu. Got to fill in the blanks here. Need some color over here. So for Stu. That's not going to look right. That U is not going to work. Longtime viewer, first time commenter. Appreciate all you do. Vibes over rides. Keep the streak alive. Thanks, Collector's Choice. I appreciate that. All right, let me just knock out an M&M real quick. Thanks, Eminem. I don't know. I'm putting them all like directly behind me. All right, we are at 2:30. We've been live for an hour. Let me give some shout outs to everybody that's helped, and we'll jump back in. Let's see here. We got Mark. We got, what was that one? Jason, Max, Cohen Film, Stu, Eminem, Brandon, Aluminum, Angela, Denier, Rick Roberts. Thank you guys for being my old news friends. Appreciate everybody. Hope you guys are having fun hanging out with me. All right, let's get back into the old news. We are on July 5th. We're trying to make it to the 17th. Okay. We go back to Sharon. Disneyland Wonders told. What do we have here? Disneyland Wonders told Alpha Iota. What the hell is this? Members of Theta Nu chapter of Alpha Iota honorary business. Is this in English? Sorority of Chris Business College Dorothy. What in the hell? Disney's Wonderland. She told the growth of the expansion of the project, augmenting her talk with slides and illustrations. I don't even know what any of that says. Okay, this is about the TV show. TV show. Disneyland visit scheduled for Town PTA Cubs. Oh, here we go. Eye opener. An 80-foot rocket ship will travel through the streets of Hollydale section of LA early tomorrow en route to Disneyland. Man, they really wanted people to come by and see this rocket, didn't they? The huge ship, 9 feet in diameter and made of steel and aluminum, will become TWA's display at the park as well as the theme for Tomorrowland. Man, they really wanted people to like jump out and take a photo of it. What do we got here? I love the old ads. Disneyland is built 5/8 scale, which accounts for the feeling of fantasy. I like that. Short and sweet. Thank you. Check it out. Rocket to run in LA. An earthbound 80-foot rocket ship will travel slowly through the streets of Los Angeles early tomorrow en route to Disneyland. The mock rocket, 9 feet in diameter, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Coming one traffic jam. That's really all you got to say about it. Is a traffic jam. I bet this is written by that dick dude. Uh-oh. Disneyland. Another biggest and most ambitious ever to be offered to the public affair will be lensed by ABC this afternoon of Sunday, July 17th. The premiere telecast from Disneyland Park in Anaheim, California. But on July 17th, an estimated 90 million viewers, I think that number's a little over-exaggerated, will be in tune with Anaheim by the way of ABC. That'll leave a little, if any, for the major webs. Disney pulled ABC out of the doldrums. Flies flock where the sugar is sweet. So do vested interest in motion picture companies. When newspapers scriveneers personally preview the Anaheim extravaganza, they'll also be invited to eyewitness 2 additional ABC acquisitions, the Warner Brothers Presents series at Burbank and the forthcoming MGM half-hour series at Culver City. Both of these are meant to imitate the Disneyland TV show. Walt Disney, Warner Brothers, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, powerful names in the entertainment and medium, ABC is suddenly the network to contend with. That's cool. All right, let's move on to July 6th. July 6th is a Wednesday. We are now officially less than 2 weeks. 105 matches. Holy smokes. Oh, what's up, CK Barry? Good to see you here. Collector's Choice. Love the old school newspaper paste up. How much copy can we fit into 2x1 in section? All right, let's go. 11 days to opening. We got this. Okay. TV listings. Damn it. Article. Is that another story about the rocket? TV listings. Okay. Let's see what we got. Sex and horror on TV okayed by noted producer. Like that was the only way to write this article headline. Walt Disney sees his greatest dream fulfilled when he plays host to some 90 million persons during tour of Disneyland on the 90-minute, 1 million people per million. Or no, that doesn't, per minute. That doesn't work. But you could put the numbers together somehow. 10 million people per minute. Invitational preview, Tellurite. So that's just people talking about that. Art Linklater. Arrived by helicopter. In the opening hour and a half program, TV audiences will see Disney arrive at Disneyland Railroad Station as engineer of one of the two shining green and yellow trains that you won't know that they're green and yellow because it's filmed in black and white, of the Santa Fe and Disneyland Railroad with him. In the engine cab will be the Governor Goodwin of Knight of California. Disney will meet Master of Ceremonies Art Linklater, who is to arrive at Disneyland by helicopter. Well, we didn't see that. He was already there. And then together, they will take the audience from Town Square along Main Street to the plaza. This is the central area for which visitors can see the entrances to the 4 entertainment realms: Tomorrowland, Fantasyland, Adventureland, and Frontierland. During the program, Disney will be joined by an array of stars, including Irene Dunn, Danny Thomas. Oh, there's Danny Thomas. And Gene Hagen. Several other Masters of Ceremonies will be featured in the show besides Linklater. Okay. I feel like we're going to see that article 1,000 times. Classifieds. Looks like they're still running the same ads. New Orleans type hotel design for Disneyland. I'm listening. What in the hell is this? At Disneyland, an artist drawing of the Maxwell House Hotel, a major attraction of Main Street, USA, one of the 5 wonder worlds in its fabulous Disneyland. The hotel was built for Disneyland to recreate the flavor of life in America at the turn of the century. Oh. That's interesting because the hotel sits on the corner, and this building doesn't look like this looks like it's probably where the coffee house would be, and then further off to the corner there would be where you have the exit doors where they were going to put International Street. Angela connecting all the dots. I hear that hotel is good to the last drop. I've never seen this concept artwork before. I will now read this article like a Southern lawyer to keep this live stream interested. First, I'll consume a beverage. The charm and elegance of a Southern hotel of the past century are revered in the Maxwell House Hotel. Fascinating highlight of Walt Disney's newest creation, the fabulous Disneyland. The nation's newest amusement center, the Maxwell House Hotel is located on Main Street, USA, at the entrance to this here Disneyland. A 2-story with a handsome New Orleans-style wrought iron balcony, the hotel occupies a 23 frontage and contains a traditional Southern courtyard like my own yard, where light refreshments and coffee will be served. I can't say that word when it's in type. Authentically styled for the period of the hotel was built in Disneyland's magicians to recreate the flavor of America at the turn of the century. Main Street, USA contains such typical examples of dem Americana as the Golden Horseshoe Cafe, all of which recapture the gay spirit of the times. Horse-drawn streetcars, gas lights, Florida girls, all other long-forgotten galleys flourish an old style of sweet, sweet elegance. Designed to fit the nostalgic atmosphere, the hotel quickly transports visitors back to the grace and beauty of the colorful period in American history. Thousands of daily sightseers, onlookers, lurkers pass down Main Street on the way to view other remarkable exhibits of fascinating 160-acre playground. At the foot of Main Street, Math Street, visitors this here Disneyland move into a central plaza, off which leads roads to wonderlands of Adventureland, a Frontierland, a Fantasyland, and yes, friends, there's even a Tomorrowland. Amazingly, realistic creations of Disney and his famed artists for the weary and hungry traveler through these fascinating wonders are hidden to the Maxwell House Hotel. 17 other restaurants whose designs range from colorful pirate ship to a sleepy automatic eating place of the future. There you go. As read by a Southern lawyer. Oh, sweet tea. There we go. As read by a Southern lawyer. I wish there was more about the hotel, like any sort of details. Okay, same stuff we've seen before. Rocket goes away, gets to Disneyland, but fast. Is this an update on the Rocket story, guys? Rocket goes awry, gets to Disneyland, but fast. A sleek 10-ton rocket ship, okay, got lost early today. So, oh, shit. Rocket goes awry. A sleek 10-ton rocket ship got lost early today somewhere between Los Angeles and Disneyland. It was feared for a while that it was lost in outer space. To put it another way, the ship wasn't really lost. It was just that the Trans World Airlines officials in charge of getting the thing to Disneyland couldn't find it. You just don't lose a TWA rocket ship and forget it like that. The 80-foot mock-up rocket ship left the Waldrop Engine Co. at 4:45 a.m. today. Its TWA contribution to Disneyland and its course by truck was clearly charted just in case any news photographers were interested. I told you they were trying to get people to show up and take photos of it. It went something like this. East on Center Street. Oh, we got to do this again. To Imperial to Paramount, south to South Street, etc. But when the truck driver, Andy Anderson of 7827 DeCosta Street, Downey, just put him on blast. He got doxxed. Set forth this morning, he had a better plan. He provided it by getting to Disneyland 2 hours ahead of schedule. Look at Andy. Andy was just like, you want me to drive this rocket where? I ain't going on that path. Hell with that. I know a faster way. Meanwhile, a TWA man who got up at... This is great. Meanwhile, a TWA man who got up at 4 a.m. to help escort the ship ran into some difficulties. He got frantic when he couldn't find the ship. I was pushing down Paramount about 80 miles per hour, he said. I couldn't find it. I stopped and asked a man if he'd seen my rocket ship, and he said, sure, boy, it went that away. The TWA man raced and arcing the sky with his finger. The ship he saw was airborne and going the wrong direction, he said. Well, it got there anyway, he sighed. That is so funny that they told people exactly where the rocket was going to be. They wanted people to take photos. This dude from TWA wanted to go check it out. And the truck driver just goes his own way. That is amazing. I've been dreaming of doing this video. I don't know where I'd do it. But the idea is that it's like cute Disneyland stories. because there's all these kind of stories like this one where like, did this happen? Who knows? Who am I to get it? And, who am I to judge a good story? But there's so many of these like little cute, like incidental stories that I feel like there could be something there. Oh, TWA rocket. That's what I wanted. I wanted to put it with the TWA rocket. Because now that makes kind of a cute little story if you tell it the right way. That they advertised this with the truck driver went someplace else, so TWA was frantic that they couldn't find their rocket. Makes a cute little story. Okay, let's move on. Did I save the right article? 6,500. 6,500. Disneyland Archives achieves, not archives, achieves congressional record. Let's see what this is. Disneyland now appears in the congressional record of the 84th Congress. In an extension of remarks dated June 27th, James B. Utt of Santa Ana, representative of the 28th District of California, announced the grand opening of Disneyland and reprinted a story which appeared June 23rd. Under leave to extend my remarks, Utt said, I would like to announce the grand opening of the 160-acre, $17 million out-of-this-world project near Anaheim, California. In the congressional district, which I am proud to represent, known for industry, agriculture, and citrus ranches, the community has now made way for a magic wonderland, the fabulous Disneyland. The announcement of Walt Disney's plans to build his wonderland and his wonderful wonderland aroused the excited anticipation and sparked the enthusiasm of young and old alike. We are glad to know that Mr. Disney's dream for a Fantasyland have become a reality and would like to express our sincere gratitude for him for this additional contribution to the wholesome and entertainment that he has already given to the people of all ages, all over the world. God bless aluminum. Interesting. Don't know that it's breaking news, but interesting. All right, let's see here. Magazine to feature Disneyland story. Santa Ana. The July 9th issue of Southland Television Magazine, Radio TV Life, will be devoted almost entirely to Disneyland. I bet we're going to probably see some like featurettes where Disneyland's going to buy out like pages in the LA Times. Congressional record. Okay. All right, let's keep going. We've got 105 articles to skim for the July 6th, and we're only on page 2. But this is also when the Disneyland TV show shows up, so you have to go through all these TV listings. This looks curious. TV listings, classifieds. That looks interesting. We already read that article. More TV talk. Page 4. Probably have like 11 pages for this date. TV classifieds. Check out this. Looks like a cool ad. TV listings. I think that's an ad. We haven't looked at the ad yet. This is an ad, but we'll check it out. Page 6. Shout out to New York City, page 6. More of the same. This looks different. I'm so stoked we learned that TWA rocket story and the aluminum. Couple of good finds today. Nothing too crazy yet. I feel like our big fish are ahead of us. Page 8. think I might need to do the next date sitting down, as we're hitting 2 hours now. Classifieds, more of the same. See, the TV date, Disneyland the TV show comes on like Wednesdays or Thursdays. So Wednesdays are always like just a beast to get through because there's so many TV listings. Okay. All right, I've got all the dates pulled for July 6th. Before I do those, we're at the top of the hour. We've been live now for, how long have we been live for? Doesn't it tell me that somewhere? Oh, hour 55. Okay, so we've been live for like 2 hours. I want to thank Mark, Shields, Jason, Max, Cohen Film, Stu, Eminem, Brandon, Aluminum, Denayan, Angela, and Rick Roberts for making today's live stream possible. And thank everybody for showing up today. Oh, cool. There's like almost 100 people here. That's surprising. All right, let's roll through all of these for July 6th. At the end of 6, I'm going to bring the desk down and sit down for a little bit after doing this for 2 hours. Legs are getting a little fatigued, and I got a lot of walking to do tomorrow at the park. All right, let's jump in and see what we found. Okay. What the hell is this? Disneyland Shop Center. Architect's aerial conception of the new $10 million commercial center near Disneyland. Oh, I see. The center will be located on a 40-acre site bound on the north by the Disneyland Hotel. Well, I don't think this ever happened, but I like that design. That's cool. Got the 2 rolling archways there. Got this little cutout, probably like a fountain there. I don't think this ever gets built though. Love old ads. What in the hell is this? Oh, one of Walt's documentaries. Same thing. Look at these prices. Eggs, 47 cents. Lucky's Fine Foods. That is a great logo. Let's save that. That might come in handy one day. Nash ads. David Crockett. Builders Union okay. Strike-ins. So, oh, I'm not showing you guys. Sorry. You didn't miss anything. Apologies. Thanks JW for pointing that out. Appreciate it. But you weren't missing anything, just a bunch of old ads. Okay, I'm going to drop it down now. All right, let's move over to July 7th, which would be 10 days out from the opening. July 7th was a Thursday, and how many articles do we have? 64. Not so bad. Yeah, let's give those legs a break. A lot of walking to do tomorrow. Yeah, sorry about that. Sometimes I forget to switch over to the different things, but we're there now. What's up, Michael? Good to see you. Hey, Carl. All right, so for those of you that just joined us, because I know I've been doing this for 2 hours, I started 2 hours ago. I'm going over all the articles starting on July 1st, because that's where I left off on this journey, making my way up to the 17th. So we'll get to the end of the 16th, and then we will save the 17th, and next week we'll look over the opening and all that stuff. Obviously not doing a live stream tomorrow because, going to be at the park all day, and the park definitely doesn't need another live streamer there. So today we're looking at these articles to get kind of caught up. If you're just joining us, whoa, wrong way. If you're just joining us, you haven't missed anything too crazy. Couple of little interesting things. A cute little Disneyland story about the TWA rocket. Some interesting things about things built out of aluminum. Let me see. More information about the world beneath us. Some information on some of the Tomorrowland exhibits, and then a little bit more Disneyland events preview. I already did a video about that over on the main channel, talking about the first time that people got into the park. All right. Let's jump in. Cohen Film. Really enjoying this. Thanks, bud. Let me Cohen Film. What do I do to make it more special? That looks horrible. Appreciate it, Cohen Film. Thank you. All right, let's get back in. We are on the 7th. We are 10 days out from opening. All right. Los Angeles Times. Aluminum. I think we've already read this article, but we'll check it over. More articles about the news coverage, classifieds. This is an old article that's been going around for a while, but we haven't looked at it yet today. Check this out. Check this out. That's the same ad. All right, page 2. More articles of clubs, planning trips out to Disney. More information about them working on the street. We'll check this out. This is that article that just keeps circulating about the railroads, but we'll look at it today. Page 3. Classifieds, TV listings. Funeral. Disneyland theme for birthday party. Page 4. See what this is. This looks weird. Just loading them all up so we can just bang through them all real quick. I think that's going to be that aluminum illustration. That's an ad that we've seen. Sorry, I just had some work stuff I had to check in on. Page 6. The aluminum thing again. Page 7. There were 64 ads, so we should be getting close to the end. All right, we're at the end. All right, let's rock through these. JT Cal, good to see you here, bud. Adon, hey, Bricky, love your content. I watch you all the time from Mexico. Oh, that's great. I love Mexico. You know why I love Mexico? Because there, you guys call Mexican food, food. Mexican food is my favorite food. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, we'll read this. This looks like fluff, but we'll read it. See if we get anywhere, and if not, we'll bail. Well, boys and girls, only 11 more days until Disneyland opens, and on July 17th, you'll be able to see the premiere on television. A person certainly can get dizzy in Disneyland. It's just an example. There's a rocket. All right, so this is just going to be more of what's there. Giant octopus. Just seeing if there's anything in here that's like, we already know what's there. Mention of the blacksmith shop. One thing you horse lovers will be interested in is seeing the blacksmith shop where horses are shod the old way. Shoed, I guess it's supposed to say. All right. We don't need to read these articles where they basically are just like telling us what's going to be there because we know what's there. We're looking for insider's information. Okay. Thank you, Junior Press Club. All right. Here's the aluminum. We've already given a major shout out to aluminum. Janet, what's up? Grab yourself a snack at the park tomorrow. Or Jeanette? Jeanette. Jeanette. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. I don't know why I keep putting them all like right behind my head. I am so looking forward to going to the park tomorrow. Cannot wait. Tomorrow's my favorite type of day. I love the community days. All right, let's jump back in so I show you guys what I'm looking at. All right, so let's see if this is different than what we've already talked about. A lot of people are talking about the coverage of the opening day special. Let's see if this is different. If not, we'll bail. We've already done this aluminum story. Hovering over Disneyland this week, like flies, at a jam jar are dozens of name journalists, and next week they'll be joined by hordes of hacks. All right, this is one of those crafty 50s guys. Lines are familiar all over the world. Swindle sheets, expense accounts of riders from San Diego to New York will be swollen by the travel costs of hundreds of top journalists who are swarming to Anaheim, even if they hardly know the town exists. All right. This is just somebody shitting on the industry. We don't need to read it. It's like, bro, you write for a living and you're literally just giving other people flack that write for a living. What a hater. You know, I'm going to call this guy out. Cora or gal. Cora Orwich. How dare you? I hope they hear it. They're dead. All right. Here is the TWA rocket on its side. Let's see if the drama continues on the TWA rocket. We've had some fun drama developed on this one. Doorway to Space, an 80-foot rocket ship arrived at Disneyland yesterday from Hawthorne, taking the prosaic mode of travel by back roads. The 3-hour journey ended at the entrance to TWA's illusionary ride, Trip to the Moon. Okay, was it really 3 hours? Because we were told differently in the other article. The trip to the moon, where it will be set up as a gateway to the lunar chambers inside the Great Space Theater, seen as huge globes on Harbor Boulevard. Our cameras, which will project pictures onto the floor and ceiling, the passenger having been strapped to the seat for the space trip. The trip goes to the moon and returns to the Earth, and 2 officials insist it duplicates a trip they expect their company rockets to make in about 30 years. Well, sorry, TWA, you never make that journey. But check this out. There's just like a Disneyland bench right here, and then you just see the rocket chilling in front of it, which is great. Angela, gatekeeping is a time-honored tradition. Oh, Angela's great. All right, we've already seen articles about Linkletter. He's going to arrive via helicopter. Okay, nothing new here. Move on. Oh, here's that guy still complaining. Dirty capitalists will read about Disneyland in the Wall Street Journal after David K. Webster gets through filling his story. Salt Lake City readers of the Desert News Telegram will get a first-hand account from Mary Jordan. Man, this person is just like burning up their industry. It's actually kind of cool. What a maniac. Uh-oh, guys. What do we see? Take a drink. Aluminum. We've already read this article, but it is making the way. See, these companies were smart because since they had sponsorship dollars invested at Disneyland, they knew that these articles would get like circulated. And so the park's not even open yet, and they're already getting a return on their investment. Pretty smart. So this article about the railroad has just been going around for, maybe 6 weeks now. Appreciate it, Angela. You're doing a fine job keeping me occupied and entertained today. Davy Crockett craze may fizzle out soon. This is the article that we read about Arc Linkletter. Damn, I kind of want to put Crispy. Kind of want to go into Photoshop and see if I can draw Crispy. Kids, connect the dots with pencil or crayon. Mail in for free. Crispy cutout. Magic tricks. There's no time. There's no time to draw Crispy. I bet he looks like a potato chip. Okay. Moving on. Dude, I love this old castle. It's cool to see that they used it on some... that's the photo that you use of Walt, him putting a mule in a noogie. Ah, come here, you old jackass. Premier Souvenir Edition, all about Disneyland. I love that logo so much. The little castle there, that's the castle that's sitting in the Esplanade. That's what they recreated was the opening day logo. 15%, 15 cents per copy. Damn. Hopefully it's in here. I don't think it'll be color, but who knows? Maybe we'll get a little color surprise. Dude, I could so go for some vanilla chocolate or Neapolitan sugar wafers for 39 cents. Traffic signals in Disneyland area approved. Installation of traffic signals on the Santa Ana Freeway at the Ball Road intersection to help regulate flow of traffic has been approved. An agreement signed by the Board of Supervisors. Dude, they are really pumped about this color edition of the bulletin to be out on July 15th. Yeah, maybe, who knows? Maybe it's in here. I know there is color newspapers in this archive that I pay for. July 15th, we'll see the publication of a special Disneyland section of the bulletin depicting the many fabulous areas throughout the Disney project, due for its grand opening, invitational TV opening July 17th. This big 16-color page section will be on sale the 15th, 25 cents a copy or $1 for 5. But the bulletin advises all those desiring extra copies of the souvenir edition to reserve copies in bulletin office as much in advance as publications possible. Wow. They've been advertising this for probably 2 months that it's going to be a color edition. Oh, look, I'm a woman, see, wearing pants. All right. Talking about the special Just kind of cruising through some of these because a lot of these we've already read. I'm with you, Angela. All right, let's see here. George W. Smith, funeral services for George William Smith, 40. Oh, God, that's too young. Foreman at Disneyland, who died Monday, will be conducted at 3 p.m. today in the chapel at Hollywood Hills Forest Lawn Memorial Park. Mr. Smith worked for MGM's set department for 20 years before going to Disneyland. Did he die at Disneyland? Too bad it doesn't say. Well, sorry, George W. Smith. Sorry that you worked in the park, but you never got to see it open. Disneyland theme for a birthday party. Half Moon Bay, July 7th. Kathleen Solom, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Solom of Half Moon Bay, was honored with a Disneyland birthday party on her recent 7th birthday. Guests gathered at the Solomon home for birthday cake and ice cream and were taken to the patio theater for an afternoon of movies. Guests included Susan Stanfield, Ed and Christy Clary, Phyllis Simone, Andrea Pichichi, John Francis, Dennis Alves, Ronald Jenkins, Donna and Dana Cotoni, and Barry Severa. Unable to attend were Joylyn and Sally Dunn. Assholes. You can't show up to my birthday party? Lindia Cotoni, Vicky Henry, and Ronald and Donna Buttercars. That was in newspapers. Kid in an anodized aluminum casket. Oh, you guys are the best. All right, Davy Crockett story. The Kaiser aluminum telescope. Santa Claus sets up shop in Pine Forest on Highway. Almost overlooked in the excitement of Disneyland, planned Children's Fairyland, soon to open near Anaheim, has been the development of new $1 million Santa's Village. Don't worry, I'm paying attention to Santa's Village. I go there every year, and I hope that this year will be no different. I actually went to Santa Village to do the photos of all of my Hallmark holiday hats, which was the first hat that I released. I did all that. Beth and I went up there and had a good time. Oh, look at this. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Dude. Should I make this into an enamel pin? Swift's Premium All Meat Franks. As seen at Disneyland. I don't want that. Just get rid of that. We are going to make a little screen capture of this bad boy. Thank you for the C's in the chat. If you're new here, C's in the chat are a shout out to Christmas, where the world feels like Disneyland. All right, this is that article. See how these old articles get circulated? Remember, like hours ago, days ago, in our stream here, that we read that PR release about the Circarama theater. Like these articles just kind of like circulate and live for a while. I like this guy who's just made out of money. What's up? I'm rich. What are you, made of money? Wise guy. All right. We have made it through Hate Peaches. We've made it through another day. Let's go to July 8th. Which puts us like a little over a week out from the park opening. July 8th has 42 articles. The Made of Money guy's a t-shirt, Phil? I would buy that t-shirt. What are you made of money? Hey, what if the money guy became the Magic Key mascot? Oh, that'd be great. That would be great. All right, let's see what we get. I'm going to pull them all. What time is it? All right. I'm going to pull them all. Pull them all. Jump in the fire. And then we'll see what we got. 4. Classifieds. Souvenir colored edition of the newspaper. Page 2. Disneyland opening in Congress. That's an article that we read a couple days ago. Oh, I see green. Like literally the color green. What's up, Attic Hunt? I'll get you on the board in just a second, bud. I'm just going to pull out the articles first. Man, is that another one of those aluminum illustration ads? Every boy wants to see Disneyland. Hear the sirens. Keep a look on your other YouTube subscriptions. There might be a chase going off. Okay, those are ads, TV listings, ad, classifieds. Okay. All right. Before I jump into these, let me put Attic Haunt on the board. Dude, Cohen Film. First off, thank you. Third, what was with those hats with the tall feather? What if I started making those? What if I just started making those and wearing those in the videos? All right, Attic Haunt, let's go. Attic Hunt. I should have slept the bee. It should have slept the bee. I don't even know if you can see that. Can you see the Attic Haunt? Why do you keep putting them behind your head, you idiot? And then the monitors are too bright. There it is. See the little Attic Haunt, the little roof, a little AH in there. All right, let's jump in. Sell some Bricky Lenderhosen with those feather hats. Dude, if I sold those hats, it would be great. Just me like, what's up, friends? And the feather would not even fit into the frame. It'd be like off the top of the frame. Okay. All right, so this is, all right, CV Woods stated in here, so maybe this one's a little bit different. It's interesting how CV Wood was like Walt's the visionary, Roy's doing money, Admiral Joe Filer is the heavy who's getting stuff done. CV Wood is like the project manager of the park. He pops up a lot in articles. And I know that Walt, they always tell the story about him that Walt wasn't a fan of him. But I also kind of wonder if Walt was kind of like, man, this guy's kind of taking a lot of the spotlight and claiming a lot of the victory here. All right, so let's see what we can find. We'll bail if this one doesn't have anything good in it. But whenever you see CV Wood, there's normally some insiders baseball. And that's what we're here for. Okay, the dedication of Disneyland in Anaheim will take place on Sunday, July 17th with Walt Disney, creator of the Magic Kingdom, and over 15,000 especially invited guests taking part. According to C.V. Wood, Junior Vice President and General Manager of Disneyland, the preview guests will be the largest in the entertainment history. Guests will include, okay, we already know all this stuff. Other guests will include Disneyland lessees and exhibitors, officials and educational institutions, and recreation department business leaders from Orange County. Okay, we already know all of that. Disney to be host. Disney will act as the host of those present, as well as the millions televised through Art Linkletter. We know that. 4:30 p.m. Governor Night. We know that. All right, let's read this. This sounds interesting. One of the most unusual parades ever seen anywhere in the world will then form, and after going around Town Square, will proceed down Main Street, USA. This section of Disneyland is modeled after, okay, we know that. The parade participants will include bands, floats representing the various lands of Disneyland. Characters from Disney motion pictures, such as Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Snow White, and Seven Dwarfs, and Davy Crockett in person of Fez Parker. As the parade reaches the plaza in the center of Disneyland, all eyes will focus on the left on Frontierland, where an anthem model of the Wells Fargo Express will be seen drawing up to the gates of the stockade into Crockett Land. Okay, we all pretty much know this. It's pretty interesting how much of the play-by-play they gave to the media. I'm just kind of cruising through this because it's all stuff that we pretty much know. I'm just looking to see. This is an interesting thing I've seen a couple of times. Here, as a finale to the dedication of Disneyland, the guests will next move to the Sleeping Beauty Castle, the entrance to Fantasyland. Here they will see 16 knights in shining armor. I don't think there were 16 there. Ride up on prancing steeds and stand guard as the Black Knight approaches and orders the drawbridge of the children of the world, voiced by Tony Tiger. I've seen this a couple of times where the knight who was voiced by, what's his name, Jeremy? The guy who he's in the Haunted Mansion. He also did Tony the Tiger. Is it? The name's on the tip of my tongue. But that character that says, "Open the doors for the children of the world," that character is known as a Black Knight. Which, forgive me, you guys probably know the movies better than I do. Is there a Black Knight in any of the movies? Or is the Black Knight just the character that was made for Disneyland's opening? It's Thurles Ravenscroft. Thank you, Attic Haunt. Yes, it is. It is aluminum armor, Rich. Oh, yeah. I knew I was close. I just couldn't get it off the top of my head. So did you guys know, is the Black Knight, is that from any Disney films, or is the Black Knight an original opening day character? Okay. All right, let's see if this is one of those cool guy 55 articles where they just crap on everything. Disneyland, friend or foe? Jeremy, how often did I used to say that? Sword in the Stone has a Black Knight in it, Jason? Oh, I see what you said, Batman. Dude, remember, Jeremy, when we first started doing this channel, like we first started doing lives in 2020, and we would do both Twitch and YouTube. And when a new person would come into the chat, I'd always ask them friend or foe. Hey, what was that kid that used to harass me all the time that said that I probably wore old guy shoes? I'm like, no, man, I wear Jordans. And I showed him my Jordan, and he wrote in the comment, only got one Jordan. All right, so the Black Knight is from Sword in the Stone. Okay. I mean, I was just thinking like if the Black Knight only existed on opening day, maybe the Black Knight becomes a merchandise item. All right. Opportunity is knocking at your door, and it's knocking hard through the medium of a fantastic one-man development called Disneyland. It is natural to be concerned over a development so large, so fabulous, so new. No one can possibly know the repercussions that will develop when this new concept of entertainment opens. No one knows the number of people, the number of cars, the amount of buses, planes, or trains that will suddenly descend in the city to fill the park, to overflowing. It is impossible to tell the reactions of those thousands of people toward other entertainment and retail outlets within the area. It is also impossible to tell what type of businesses or activities will move in as a result of the opening of Disneyland. It is possible to know one fact. If the numbers of the people arrived at Disneyland that have been estimated, there is a great opportunity for the presently established businesses to do a land office business just off the overflow. Okay. So this is just all about City of Anaheim, how you take advantage of it. Cool article. We got a lot to get through. Tourist target. The fabulous Disneyland looms in the quiet. Oh, that's it right there. I just always wish these were scans or actually like legible. Here's the highway, people talking about the traffic. And the strike. Okay, moving on. Disneyland tours arranged for kids. Nothing really here. David Crockett on the widescreen. Okay, let's see what this has to say here. This is from the Valley Times. Disneyland directors who still don't see how it could be done have been begging boss Walt to postpone the scheduled opening of his juvenile fairyland. I mean, that's a little insulting. Now set for July 18th, the pace is getting too breathless. But Walt remains calm and adamant, insisting everything will be ready for both the invitational ceremonies on Sunday the 17th and for the public's appraisal on the following day. Commuting by helicopter the 40 miles from his Burbank studio to the frenzy site a couple of times daily, Disney has taken many heartbreaking setbacks in stride. Most serious of all has been a wholesale theft of his laborers, who were offered a bonus wages to help build nearby track houses and other projects, all springing from the boom set off by his own enterprise. Getting building supplies to his place has been another worry. The only entrance to Disneyland from the Los Angeles area is across the already jam-packed Santa Ana Freeway, so-called speed highway impeded by slow-moving trucks which often break down and tie up travel for miles and hours. Traffic experts are gravely concerned about the same situation, realizing that this busy and hazardous roadway may be entirely inadequate to handle the upwards of 35,000 visitors expected to pour toward Disneyland daily. Again, Walt refuses to worry about the traffic snarl, and his directors are fearful after being asked up the original estimated budget of Disneyland from $5 million to nearly $17 million that Walt will seek another tidy appropriation for a fleet of helicopters to carry patrons to the scene. Kind of started out interesting, but then kind of same article again. Oh, hello. Hello, hello, hello. This is the first real art or photos that we've seen in a while on today's stream. And we've been going now for 2.5 hours. This 105 stern wheeler Mark Twain will be Kristen. I know I'm saying that wrong. At Disneyland by Irene Dunn, it will carry 300 passengers on a river of voyages. All right, let's see here. Word isn't adult for adult films. What is that article about? Disneyland Magic Spell begins Sunday, July 17th. Okay, so this looks like it's about the TV special. Here's a summation of the lands. Fantasyland, through this pastel-colored castle, you enter Fantasyland, where a King Arthur carousel whirls in the courtyard. You'll meet Dumbo, Peter Pan, and other old friends. Look, you can see they still have scaffolding on those aluminum spires. It's cool. It's actually pretty good photos. All right, let's move on. Okay. If you want to really make yourself sick, look at what these house prices are. It'll absolutely make you sick. I once saw that they were building an entire neighborhood for $1.5 million. You couldn't get a home in my neighborhood for that. If Hawaii and Alaska ever got statehood, If Hawaii and Alaska ever get statehood, they'll never get as much publicity as the opening of Disneyland in Anaheim, California. And probably not nearly so many visitors. It looks as though Disney has done it again. A year ago, the 160-acre playground was just an orange orchard. But the juice trees got the same treatment the Marines gave the South Pacific Islands. Whoa, that's kind of heavy. A crew cut with a bulldozer. Now the flat landscape has sprouted fantastic crop of castles, well, single castle, flights to the moon, stockades, river rides, and exhibits. It's a fabulous dream come true for the young and young in heart. Adventureland, Fantasyland, Main Street, Tomorrowland, Frontierland, the Mississippi River in a miniature with steamboats, and the Congo build a better Mickey Mouse, and the world beats a path to your door. Oh, here we go. Let's get to the ad. Do you have a house or apartment to rent? All right. That gets us through the 8th, which means that we are going into Saturday the 9th. We are just a little over a week away. So for the 9th, we have 43 articles. Whew. Yeah, that's a good point, Angela. Like, take those prices as unrealistic as they are and then convert them into how much the dollar has gone, and you're still not even close. Disney Adult. Hey, Bricky. Will you be streaming tomorrow along with the other content creators? No, I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming today from home. That's the polite thing to do. I will not be streaming at the park. I will be at the park, though. I'll be filming for both channels, but I will not be streaming. So if you want to be there live, you'll have to find a different ghost host than myself. Richo, over or under for number of articles? Like that we're going to get through today? Or do you want to do it for the next date? For the 10th? Put in your predictions for July 10th. July 10th is getting a week out. We're going to go to the 16th today. Put in your predictions. Disney Adult. All right. I'm going to load these up and we'll jump back in. All right, let's go here. Classifieds. This looks like it could be interesting. It's just talking about the dedication on TV. Oh, we're getting a little cartoon, a little editorial. Carl, I'm going to hit you up on the board after I pull all the articles from the 9th. Let me know what color you want your name on the board, on the thank you board. Premiere Souvenir Edition, TV listings. More TV listings. This looks vaguely interesting. Friends, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be pulling the trigger on a Wonderland item, just because we've seen so many people refer to it as Walt's Wonderland. I just think that's kind of a cool wink and nod, like the Def Leppard hat. This looks like we've already read it, but we'll double check. That's the Carrier's ad. I have no idea what that scripty one is. That's that David Crockett ad. Carl. Some shade of red will be like, oh, okay. Some shade of red. Like kind of specific, but not too specific. Does that work or does it not work? Does the CJ, does that work or does it not work? That doesn't look like anything bad, right? Just looks like a CJ. Thanks, CJ. I appreciate it. All right. My supplies are getting everywhere. I like the board. The board's fun. It's a nice little distraction. It kind of breaks it up for me. I actually moved my desk around today so we could have the board behind us in case we need to break everything down. Okay, let's roll. Let me see. Can I make the... No. Let's go see if I can make the screen darker, but it's not easy. All right, let's jump in. It didn't look like anything until you said something. All right, let's jump in here. Wherever I may roam. Did you know Dave was going to Walt Disney World for Rivers of America? No, I didn't know that at all. It was fun though when I bumped into him and saw him there. We talked for a little bit. Talked about Dave and I talked about Coco and had a real exciting moment kind of talking about Disneyland Forward stuff and all that. So tell you what, man, Dave's a hard worker. You can never take that away from that guy. It was weird though, like Dave and I are cool and it's like, I don't know, like people want us to beef and I don't know why they want us to beef. Ice cold mint julep. Gotta go in a minute, but thanks for the great content. Love the design aspects. Okay. Don't go just yet. Don't go just yet. If you're going to go ice cold mint julep, don't go just yet. Can you guys see this part of the board? You can see over here. Oh, shit. There you go. There's the ice cold mint julep. Please, Alex, do me a favor. I said this at the beginning. I haven't read anything, watched any videos about Walt Disney animatronic. I've been trying to avoid it. I just want to go there tomorrow and experience it. If it's good, I'll tell you that it's good. If it sucks, I'll tell you that it sucks. Honesty is my brand, but I just want to go there on the anniversary and be surprised by it. So I would appreciate if you just maybe remove that comment, because I want to go in blind, and it's been almost impossible to do that. And no offense, I know you didn't know. There you go. Give it a little vibe. I will definitely give you guys a very honest critique, and that's going to be the video on this channel tomorrow. I'm going to go there, I'm going to watch it, I'm going to experience it, and then I'm going to make a video that I'll just upload from the park and be like, okay, here's a one take thought on the Walt Disney animatronic, and I'll give it to you as honest as I always do. But for now, no offense, Alex. I'm just telling everybody like straight ahead, like I just don't. I just want to go in. I just want to enjoy something on the day that it opens. Jason, I will only trust Mark's impressions on that as a visual creator, and also David's and Dallin's. That's funny. All right, here we go. Looks like we're getting somewhere. Hurry, hurry, hurry. One of the last portions of Disneyland to be completed before the park's grand opening next Sunday is Tomorrowland. See this little rocket here? See, there's a couple of workers in there. You can also see that there's scaffolding going around the backside of it there. Hurry, hurry, hurry. One of the last portions of Disneyland to be completed before the park's grand opening next Sunday is Tomorrowland, where a heavy concentration of workmen is racing the clock to finish this amazing section of Disneyland. The 80-foot rocket to the moon was placed in position this week, and workmen are swarming over the space theater in the background, where visitors will be taking on a rocket trip to the moon. Tomorrowland attractions are also include Autopia, Spaceport, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea exhibit, and many others. Cool. And then what do we have here? Cross over the bridge. Final preparations are being completed on the Fantasyland section of Disneyland. Yesterday, workmen started filling in the moat in front of the Sleeping Beauty Castle to the entrance of Fantasyland. Shows above is the drawbridge over which 500 Anaheim youngsters will run across into Fantasyland. As climax to the 90-minute nationwide telecast next Sunday of the Gala Grand opening of Disneyland. The giant amusement park will open to the public Monday, July 18th. Man, I'm talking about Alex. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm talking to Alex about like, you look, man, look, bruh, we're homies. I don't want it to be spoiled. They are giving away like a scene by scene of everything that's going to happen in the opening day special. So I guess it's always been human nature to just like spoil everything. But yeah, it sucks that it's not even open yet. It's not even, I mean, I'm assuming that it's bad because it feels like everybody's trying to talk about how bad it is, which that sucks because I'd like to go into it with a completely open mind, but I don't know. There's sometimes just a little bit too much media. Oh, look at this ad. Oh, what are we looking at? Set sail for pirate ship value days. Brought to you by your grocer with the White Star Tuna, Chicken of the Sea pirate ship in Disneyland. A wonderful store of wide bargain spree. Your grocer's 21-gun salute to Disneyland, Walt Disney's Magic Kingdom, just south of Los Angeles, California. Look for me on the label of America's largest selling tuna and at Disneyland too. Hell yeah. Yo. This pirate needs to come back to life, if you know what I mean. Oh, that guy is so cool. Oh, man, this is the type of stuff I love. Because you only find these little gems lost to time by doing this exercise that we're all doing together. And I appreciate everybody for showing up. We've been going now for almost 3 hours, and this has been a lot of fun, and I appreciate you guys doing this with me. I knew that I needed to catch up, and no better way to do it than to do it with a bunch of buds. Man, oh man. A shipload of seafood summer. All right, let's see what's on page 2. Does it continue over? Oh no, just regular cartoons. Dude. I'm telling you guys right now. This pirate. He's going to look real familiar in the future when you see him pop up elsewhere. Real familiar. Oh my God, this art, this illustration is so good. Somebody crushed this. Wow, that's great. Oh, let's talk about the Disneyland TV show. Disneyland opening day special, but we already know all this. What is this? Look, who wrote this out, man? July 17th is the next big day in Walt Disney's life. That's the day his Disneyland officially opens for a press preview. ABC TV will carry a live coverage of the unveiling featuring all 4 lands: Frontierland, Fantasyland, Tomorrowland, and Adventureland. Paramount's Why Frank Freeman listening to Disney's rundown of the place. Looks like it's hard to believe. Oh. Walt and the main dude over at Paramount. All right. Another day down. Friends, we are making our way to July 10th, which this is the Sunday. This is the last Sunday that Disneyland won't exist. 75 articles. Let's go. Is that Mitch McConnell? You mean Glitch McConnell? Okay. Let's do this. Since it's 75, I'm going to get to I'll probably get to page 4. We'll look at articles and then we'll pull out the last three. All right. 14 articles or 14 mentions. But this is the same thing. Because it's 14 Long Beach, but we'll just pop it up just in case. Looks like it's circulated. That's the tuna ad. Page 2. Ooh, what's this little mustache guy? This looks good. That's advertising the special edition newspaper that hopefully got scanned in. Disneyland sketched in Congressional Record. I bet it's just that same article with just a different headline. This looks interesting. This looks interesting. We already got this up ahead. See what this is. That's the tuna ad. We've already opened that link, but sometimes you just want to make sure you get a clean copy of things. Okay, what are we at here? Page 4. All right, we'll go through page 4, and then we'll review, and then we'll do the back half. TV listings. TV talk. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh boy. Oh boy. Dude, they're just standing on the back of they're just standing on the back of the paddle wheel. Watch out, guys, that's aluminum. I have never seen that photo before. I've never seen this photo of Walt either. Dude, this photo's doing the castle no justice. Like, the perspective makes it look way off. You got your numbers backwards on the amount of articles, JT? Castle, 70 feet tall, entrance to Fantasyland area. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so this is definitely something that they ran in the newspapers. Yeah. Photos look better on... this one. Right. Probably don't need to read this because it's probably just all marketing speak, but we'll skim it to see if there's anything interesting in here. Here's a preview of the fantastic new playground with its creator as its guide. Right, if this is Walt, this might be interesting to hear. No figure in the world today is closer to the hearts of children than the 54-year-old Walt Disney. Oh my God. He was only 54? Wow. He was young and I am old. I'm such a loser. He was only 54. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Oh my God. I've got 4 years to build a Disneyland. I'm behind schedule. Despite his ever-growing fame and current financial solidity, thanks particularly to his Disneyland TV series and Davy Crockett boom, is touched off. The king of animated cartoon has never lost contact with the dreams of youngsters. Youngsters' dream. Latest proof is what he considers his outstanding and potentially most profitable project yet, Disneyland. Well, he wasn't wrong about that. Okay, we know all of this. To give readers an advanced look at his multi-million-dollar dream, Parade recently asked Disney to guide two young Californians, Alan Harlan, 9, of Culver City, and Derek Norcross, 8, of Los Angeles, through Disneyland. Disney happily agreed to take the time from his numerous other interests. Great idea, he beamed. We're still in construction, but let's go. So they did, and the following dialogue ensued. Okay, now I'm interested. Disney, before we start, let me tell you something about our overall plan. Disneyland is divided into 4 main sections: Tomorrowland, Fantasyland, Frontierland, and Adventureland. Each has separate exhibits, rides, and restaurants. Right now, we're standing on Main Street, USA. This is just the way a small town looked 50 or 60 years ago. Alan, excuse me, Mr. Disney, but how much does this place cost? Alan, you little shit. Disney, about $17 million. Alan, Doesn't your wife yell at you for spending all that money? Disney, she used to. Derek, but how does it cost to get in? But how much does it cost to get into Disneyland? Disney, 50 cents for children under 12. Let me see your IDs. $1 for adults. Now let's start with Tomorrowland. If your kids are going to stop auditing me on all this money. In Tomorrowland, Walt pointed out that various commercial exhibits sponsored by leading corporations. Disneyland as a whole is a compounded of commercialism, fun, and information. Then let Derek and Alan drive scaled-down versions of the automobile of the future. They got to drive Autopia. At the space terminal, the youngsters boarded a passenger rocket for a round trip to the moon. They got to do flight to the moon? Then visited the super automatic restaurant. In Fantasyland, visitors took a mining cart to the diamond mine of Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, crawled through a large hole leading to Alice in Wonderland. What? Crawled through a large hole leading to Alice in Wonderland. Wound up on a water slide with Monster of the Well. Then questions where it began. Hold on. That's not real. This article is another scam by Big Aluminum. Am I right, Angela? Am I right? Then Alan says, how late will Disneyland stay open, Mr. Disney? Disney, you two kids call me Walt. In the summer months, darling, it'll remain open from 10 to 10. In the fall, we'll keep it closed on Mondays. A hotel with 650 rooms. Derek, you know, Walt, my father says you're going to make a mint from this Disneyland hotel. Where's that? Disney, right opposite the main exit, Derek. And I don't know if anyone's going to make a mint out of it, but it sure is a beaut. It costs $10 million and has 650 rooms. Derek, oh, well, did you do a short-term loan with that, or did you do a compound interest loan? Will that be enough for all the people who come? Disney, maybe not. We expect 5 million folks to visit Disneyland in the first year. Alan, my father says this whole place was once an orange grove. Disney, he's right. We had to remove 1,200 trees to make room. This is the most bullshit article ever. To make room for these buildings and exhibits. Derek, do you think you'll get everything finished on time? Disney, mind your own damn business. We'll never get it finished. We'll be adding to new games, new rides, new exhibits all the time. Disneyland will never be completed. Doesn't really say that, but he said it once. Let's go over to Frontierland and Adventureland, and I'll show you what I mean. But first, kids, you want to have a cigarette with me? Walt and his guests entered Frontierland through the gates of an old log fort. Immediately, the children asked to see Davy Crockett. Disney explained that Fess Parker, the actor who plays Crockett, was out on tour, but would return to Disneyland on opening ceremonies. Then he led his charges to the shooting gallery, where they aimed authentic buffalo guns at replicas of wild animals. The Iron Horse, an old-time train, carried them around the perimeter of the park. They also climbed aboard a Wells Fargo stagecoach, the Mark Twain, a 100-foot paddle wheeler that cruises on a man-made lake. Come on, bro. If you're going to lie, at least lie accurately. In Adventureland, they took the Explorer boats through the tropics, then a tropical saloon for berry beverages. Despite more than 20 different restaurants, Disneyland sells no alcoholic drinks, but Derek and Alan brought their own booze. By then, Derek and Alan were dog-tired. Their guide, as if he recharged with energy by wonder of it all, he went on explaining things. Disneyland, this is Walt speaking, is going to be home base for my television programs. Starting October 3rd, I've got a new one coming up, the Mickey Mouse Club. Derek, how do you find time to do all these things? Movies, cartoons, television, Disneyland, and now more television? Disney, well, I just like to keep it going. Alan, you know, Walt, you're a lot like me. I'm dead. What did this little shit Alan have to say? You know, Walt, you're a lot like me. I'm 8. I no sooner get one toy than I want to start playing with something else. This article is bullshit. At that, Walter Elias Disney smiled, and then his smile, boyish and contagious, was like a lamp lighting up a room. That's me, all right, he admitted. Oh my God. What a crock. What a total crock. Yeah, we did Alice in Wonderland and then we slid down Monstro, like the artwork that we've seen, but it's not there. Angela's the best. In the long list of things that never happened, this interview didn't happen the most. Attic Hot, 1950s AI. Oh my God. You know what? It may have taken us 3 hours and 6 minutes to find this, but let me tell you, this might have been the greatest thing we found all day. I'm saving this article. I'm going to file it under bullshit. Oh, Richo, is it ironic that there's a diaper ad with this story? You are not lying, brother. Look at that baby, though. That baby's already been to medical school. What a loser I am. Walt built Disneyland by 54. This baby went to medical school and it's only like 5 months old. What am I doing with my life? Right. I see that we passed another top of the hour, so I want to give a shout out to all my friends. And let's see here. Who do we have on the friend board? I want to thank Mark, Sheen, Jason, Max, Jeanette, CJ. It's definitely a C and a J. Cohen Films, Eminem, Stu, Attic Haunt, Brandon, Aluminum, Denying Angela, Rick Roberts, and this was Mint Julep. Disney Mint Julep, I think was his name. Want to thank everybody. Want to thank everybody for showing up. If you're new to the stream, this is what's going on. I started 3 hours ago. With all the traveling and going out to Walt Disney World, I got behind on my old news research. I knew that I wanted to catch up. I knew that I wasn't going to be able to do a live stream tomorrow with being out at the park all day celebrating the 70th. So I thought, why not catch up with all my friends? We have so far gone through, I'm going to do a tally up on the first 10 days because we've made it through 10 days in 3 hours. And we still have 6 more days to go. But let me do a quick tally up. So 43 articles plus 44 articles plus 49 plus 17, 36, 105, 64, 42, 43, and 75. We have combed through 518 articles written in the first week of July, 1955. We found some kind of cool things, and, a couple of little stories here and there. Mostly at this point, though, people are talking about what Disneyland's going to be like, and it's promotional stuff. But we definitely have got through some things. This right over here, these are where I'm saving any articles that I think will come in handy for anything new. This is the bullshit article that we just did. So that's a little quick catch up with you, what we've done the first 3 hours. We've got 6 more days to go. We're going to go all the way up to the 16th, and then we're going to cut it. And let's keep going. Having a good time looking at all this old news. All right, these are maps for real estate advertisements. More maps for real estate advertisements. Let's see what this is. This could be a photo. This could be a photo. That article was such crap. All right, let's see what we got. All right, so that gets us through July 10th. Yeah, I knew this would be a photo. Look at that. That's cool. On schedule. Waiting at the station is the crack passenger train of the Santa Fe and Disneyland Railroad, the newest thing on the rails, which will be featured in the grand opening preview of Walt Disney's Magic Kingdom in Anaheim. This station is period architecture forms the entrance to Disneyland to the left. That's cool. So they're testing the trains now. They're running the trains. That's cool. Never seen this photo before. Not a real good resolution, but I'm going to do a screenshot just to have it. It's great. All right, let's move on. Okay. Just mention of the opening day. Carrier, but what in the hell is this photograph? What is this? Wow. All right. 6 carrier boys went vacation to Santa Catalina. Disneyland. County grids for Disneyland Rush. More people complaining about this thing's going to open that's going to change Southern California forever and make a lot of landowners incredibly rich. And all people are doing is just complaining about the traffic that hasn't happened yet. Look at this little guy. Hello, Pembroke. Little does this guy know that in just a few weeks, he'll get a job being one of the Dapper Dans. Whoa. This is Tomorrowland? All right, so we have a really bad... Oh, yeah. You can see right here that this is the theater for Flight to the Moon. Looks like they've got the rocket. This is maybe when they're putting the rocket up. You've got a tree right here that's still in a planter. View of Tomorrowland in the foreground. Workmen lower a good-sized tree into a pit, while the background, TWA's 80-foot rocket, is being set on its base. To the right is the entry of Tomorrowland, where 2 modernistic buildings flank the gates. Fascinating exhibits will be maintained in these 2 buildings by Monsanto, Chemical, American Motors, American Dairy Association, National Lead Association, Kaiser Aluminum, Long Live Aluminum, U.S. Time, the Crane Co., and Tomorrowland is the most construction activity since the rest of Disneyland is over the hump, and finishing touches are now in progress. A miniature freeway with little autos for kids, a miniature speedboat runway with tiny boats on submerged tracks, all lie to the left of this picture as Tomorrowland. As part of Tomorrowland. There will be completely automatic snack shop, the Stratro Snack. I don't know what this automated shop is they keep talking about. Oh, look at this. This is an interesting photo. This is taken from the carousel looking out over to the backside of Sleeping Beauty. King Arthur Carousel. That's a really artistic photo. A huge merry-go-round from Toronto, Ontario. It's the oldest attraction at the park. With 72 horses meets the eye theater after the visitor of Fantasyland passes the portals of Sleeping Beauty Castle. The carousel was restructured fine in Canada. Is topped by mirrors with laughing faces as a jester who strangely resembles Danny Kaye. Topping the whole whirling platform is an aluminum tent, even though Angela will tell us it's not true, representing a jousting canopy from the days of King Arthur. The prancing horses were also copied from early day carousels and have individual personalities. I can never say that word. The Kaleo, I can't say that word, is a music box type and plays sparkling tunes. CALIOPE.
Calliope.
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 So how in the hell does Callio Calliope?
Calliope.
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 You are watching a person with dyslexia in real time learn words. All right, let's see. Calliope. That means Calliope. Oh, yeah. Look, there's the rocket vertical right there. That's cool. Excuse me. Disneyland enters its last week of frantic growing pains, and millions are anticipating the miracle of grand opening on 160 acres where dust still flies and machinery roars in Anaheim. 1 week from today, the first visitors by special invitation will wander through $12 million worth of fantasy. 17 is the number that most people go with, but I still believe that's just made up. Then on the 18th, the general public will christen Walt Disney's dream come true in greater numbers than choked up, half-completed freeways can handle them. The multi-story high spire of gleaming red and white trip to the moon rocket ship, which points up Tomorrowland, was erected by huge cranes on last Thursday. And over on the other side, with the moats of Fairyland Castle, the first of 72 spirited prancing horses were being fitted onto a super carousel. Super carousel, did you hear that? Heavy equipment is still being moved in. Roads are still being paved. Large shade trees are being lowered where citrus grew only a few months ago. And over time, weary carpenters are working through the nights under blazing lights. But to one who has been away from this indescribable scurry created by 1,200 workmen for only one day, it's evident that the race against time is taking giant strides. The public relations staff has pictures with uninitiated, I don't know what that word is, were naturally things that they were taken months ago. During the bare foundation and earth moving stage, but they are only 2 or 3 weeks old, and one could go out and see the final cost of paint being slapped on. So blurry. James Brown, what's up, brother? I'm going to get you on the board in just a second. Much has long since been completed in terms of time as Disneyland goes. There are 2 trains ready to carry visitors completely around the miniature world tucked away in Anaheim. There's a beautiful river stern wheeler named Mark Twain to tour the man-made circular lake. It's not a lake, it's a river. And small boats, which will bring the sights of the jungle to many who have never seen anything more tropical than Tarzan movie. In a week, it will be ready. That's what Disney said months ago, and so it be. Cool. A Trip to Tomorrow, a rocket trip to the moon, is a man-made attraction being ready for Tomorrowland by Disney's men. In this exhibit, TWA, whose officials say it represents an illusionary trip they will expect to actually take place within 30 years. Here, workmen with a towering crane place the 80-foot aluminum rocket into place. The large globes in the background are the moon trip theaters, which will be entered through the rocket. I'm going to save this article because it's just got like really good opening day kind of context. Let's call this opening day rush. Could come in handy for some time in the future, that article. Okay. Cool. All right, before we move on to our next one, my man James Brown. James, do you have a color request? We have a limited palette, but you're such a homie. I don't want to just throw up any old color. Proposed helicopter, okay. This article has been circulating for a while. It basically just states that they approved the Disneyland heliport. Okay, we've already read this. Yeah, it's just the same article, just with a different headline. Clickbait. Ooh, ghost house. Realtors plan office at Disneyland. Offering local and national realtors listing features, the Town Square Realty will be open for business on Disneyland's Town Square. Really? Operated by a staff of Orange County realtors, the office will be able to supply information as to location, size, and prices of available properties in Orange County, and will be able to complete transactions in realty, according to Joseph Cannell, president of the corporation. A nationwide listing service at the office will enable out-of-state customers to list for sale properties of all sizes throughout the United States in Cannell. Said Cannell. I thought I was going to say Canada. Decorated in period style together, the rest of the offices on the Fairyland Square town. This article is written horribly. Decorated in period style together with the rest of the offices in Fairyland Square, Town Square Realty will also offer visitors a special inscribed grant deed, a memento paperweight containing a sample of California soil deeded to him for price of $1. Oh, only to men, huh? Wow. Did anybody know that there was a realtor's? I gotta save this article. This seems Town Square Realtor. I've never heard of this before. Jason, as long as it's a home for the future. James Brown, your choice. All right, appreciate that. Dealer's choice. JT, have you ever heard of this? A realtor in Town Square where you could basically get like a California soil and look at home listings all around the country? I wonder if this is another operation of those two kids. Those two kids also have a real estate company. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. You are an excellent Disney historian as well as excellent Disney futurist. I appreciate that. Let's do it. Got a little scripty James Brown in there to patch in that hole. We've got a pretty good little like cluster going around there. I don't know why I keep just like working in the same little tight space, but that's how my brain works. All right, let's move on. Yeah, JT, I haven't heard of that either. James Brown. Maybe they sold stock in the Phantom Boat Company too. Remember when we found that article? That was wild. Hey guys, we're on to it. We're doing something big here. We're making phantom boats. The future's ours. All right, let's jump into our next one. Okay. We need... Hold on real quick. Because whenever something doesn't make sense, we need to blame Derek. What were their names? Derek and Aaron? Derek and Alan. Derek and Alan. Two little bullshitters. That will be our code for something that does. Yeah, that sounds like something Derek and Alan would get up to. All right, so let's see here. I think we've got this article. All right, so that's just that. I'm going to go back to that. I think I have that in a cleaner scan. All right. Could we, yeah, this is just housing. All right, here we go. Iron Horse is a background for Walt Disney and his guests, Derek and Alan Harlan. Hold on. It's not Alan, it's Elaine. Ah, now it makes more sense. Look at those little fibbers. Replica intrigues Derek. This is one of a storehouse full of Disney props on view at Disneyland. Look at these little con artists. Walt Disney Takes Two Children Through Disneyland by L.L. Oyd Shearer. Now, I've seen this photo before. Look at that. You can see the Upjohn Pharmacy. There's just a car. There's just literally a car parked where Center Street is. Hilarious. Main Street USA visitors. Past rebuilt 1890 style establishments. Yeah, I've seen that photo before. Okay, YMCA plans, trip to Disneyland. Oh, here it is again. A little bit more clear. And one last one. They're going to Disneyland. Oh, courier contest to go to Disneyland. That's the Disneyland motto from the TV show. It's not what the park looks like. Oh, look at this little guy. All right. Let's move over to July 11th, which puts us into the Monday. One Monday later on the 18th, Disneyland will be open to the world. 39. We've already done 518 articles that we have scanned. Those kids are out of central casting attic hunt, no doubt about it. All right, let's see what we get here. We are in 1 week, Disneyland will be open. Classifieds, right? Yeah. So crazy. They're still trying to staff up and they're a week away. See, that looks like. Check this out. Since it's only going to be 4 pages, we'll just load them all up and then we'll rip the articles. Souvenir edition. About the railroad. That's the courier ad. We'll see what this is about. Page 3. Pretty much, I think this is that photo that we saw yesterday in the old timeline. There's that. I bet that's going to be that aluminum illustration again. There's that David Crockett ad that keeps circulating. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got for the 11th. Oh. Okay. What are we looking at here? What in the hell are we looking at? Okay. Angela, the article definitely reads as a 9-year-old written by a 40-year-old who has never met a 9-year-old. Oh, man. Google says it was open from 55 to 57. Rich, are you talking about, what was open from 55 to 57? Did you look up the Town Square Realty? Would love to know if that's what you're talking about. All right, what are we looking at here? I can't figure out. Okay. Pull this up for you guys so you can see the whole article. Feverish activity. One of the busiest places in Disneyland today is the mill. Oh, wow. This is the first photo I've ever seen inside the mill, guys. Whoa. So this is the Disneyland Opera House. And they're in there building stuff. That is cool. I've never seen a photo inside the mill. One of the busiest places in Disneyland today is the mill, where hundreds of carpenters and craftsmen are hard at work turning out a myriad of wooden objects for use in Disneyland. Working on in a 17-hour shift, the workmen are building many detailed parts for the finishing touches to sections of the giant park, which will open Monday. Dude, they're a week away. Throughout Disneyland, men are frantically working to complete everything in time for special preview grand opening Sunday, which will be televised coast to coast, beginning at 4:30 p.m. In the atmosphere of whirling saw blades, screeching planers, and hundreds of hammers, one can almost feel the tenseness of carpenters as they race to rapidly approach deadline. Dude, we are taking a photo of that. That is awesome. We found some good stuff today. What? They're filing for permits a week before they open? 2 building permits totaling nearly $1 million were issued today by City Building Inspector Homer Wallace. They went to Jack Rather, that's the hotel developer, for an ultra-modern restaurant at 1441 Southwest Street, and to Market Basket of Los Angeles for a retail food store on Los Angeles Ball Street. The permit for the restaurant, which is being built in conjunction with Disneyland Hotel, in reality, will be several restaurants, one of which will be a cocktail lounge and will be managed by Gourmet of Beverly Hills. Sorry, guys. Fatigue is setting in after 3 hours of doing this. A Disneyland Hotel source said this morning that about 100 units of the hotel will be open by September 1st. Remember when I said, I wonder when they'll finally admit that they're not going to have the hotel ready by opening, that they're not going to have all these things ready. It does actually open up in October. 1 week is when they finally go, we're not exactly going to make the deadline. Originally, the hotel was expected to be opening to coincide with Disneyland July 17th. But labor difficulties, the source said, have prevented us from opening by then. Or the fact that you didn't start until February and March. The market valued at approximately $250,000 will be 1-story modern structure with a mezzanine. That's cool. Nope, still got another article over here. Oh, this is just trying to get you to order the special edition. Hopefully we get the special edition. Oh, look at this. Disneyland Inc., 1313 Harbor Boulevard, Anaheim, California. Telephone, Keystone, 51181. To our friends and neighbors, in only a matter of days now, Disneyland will open its gates to the world and a new Orange County tradition will be born. As the event draws near, I am very mindful of another famous Orange County tradition, friendliness. The friendliness you have shown us with your thoughtfulness, cooperation, and confidence during the building of Disneyland. To all of you, may we at Disneyland express a sincere and warm thank you. As your new friends and neighbors, we are proud indeed to become a part of the Orange County tradition. Walt Disney. Class act, Walt. Class act. That's cool as hell. So Town Square Realty was there from 55 to 57. Interesting. I wish it was a Sizzler. If there's a Sizzler in Town Square, woo, I would light it up. Oh, here we go. Town Square Realty, firm set for operation in Disneyland. I love this. Orange, a new sorry guys, I have a hard time with certain words. A new realty firm to be known as Town Square Realty Inc. will soon go into operation in Disneyland. Officers, for the most part, are residents of Santa Ana. Miss Nora Beckett of the Beckett Land and Realty Co. of Orange has been named secretary of the new firm. Miss Beckett is well known in Orange County, having been in business as a co-partner with her husband Frank Beckett in the Beckett Beauty Salon in Orange since 1930 and in the real estate office since 1950. She will continue to manage the Orange County Orange County office in addition to her new duties at Disneyland. Beckett, now preparing to enter the real estate field, will assist wife with business in Orange. Nationwide listing. The Disneyland Town Square Realty Co. will have a nationwide listing service and will also handle reservations for hotels, motels, and clients coming from a distance. Ms. Beckett said the offices will be decorated in 1890 theme with roll-top desks such as were used in the old land and assay offices in the bygone years. Other officers, all from Santa Ana, of the newly formed Disneyland Co. for sale of real estate include Joe Canale, President, Jim Scable, Vice President, C.R. Wolven, Second President, Jack Smith, Third President. If you have this many presidents, do you really have anything? Ardor, Fourth President, and Elmer Poirier. Couldn't be a president, just a treasurer. Wow. I wonder where it was located at. Such a bizarre thing. Richo. And the measurements of Miss Beckett? That's a good callback to our very first old news. Okay. Moving on. All right, there's the photo that we saw earlier. It's all stuff that we've read in other articles. It's just basically a press release. Press release, we've already read this. Oh, I'm listening. Notes on my cuff. The Turlock area and the making contribution to Disneyland, the fabulous development soon to open in Orange County for two of its fine horses, are leaving the farm and going down to Anaheim to entertain the crowds. Owen Pope, livestock superintendent for Disneyland, was in town Friday and he brought a fine looking team from John Terra. Those are the horses over there, he said, pointing to the one the teams brought to the fairgrounds as Art Baker filmed a horse pulling contest for his You Asked For It television show. They'll be real happy in Disneyland. Then Pope went on to explain the horses, and he has bought 200 of them so far, will work about 4 hours a day. The grounds of Disneyland will be open from 10 to 10 p.m. 7 days a week, and then have a daily bath and rub down. Not a bad place for a horse to retire, we agreed. Fair manager Clyde Rigsby has known Pope for a number of years and may have had a hand in getting him to shop around this area for horses. That's cool. So cool. Oh, there's Miss Beckett right there. Disneyland welcomed. Copy. We've already read this before. Still circulating. There's that photo again. Still circulating. Hate peaches. FU peaches. We've already read that. What is this photo supposed to be? Damn, too bad that photo's trash. So this is a photo taken from Sleeping Beauty Castle. Damn, too bad it is trashed. That's such a rare photo. That sucks. Magic Kingdom Panorama. From a parapet high in the towers of Sleeping Beauty Castle, the camera catches a view looking over the Central Plaza, Main Street, USA, and the Santa Fe and Disneyland Railroad station at the far end of the street. On the right is a portion of Frontierland, while to the left is the Red Wagon Restaurant, an entrance to Tomorrowland. The wooden tower on the far left is for one of 23 television cameras, which will bring the special preview grand opening of Disneyland to the nation in a 90-minute telecast on Sunday. Workmen in the foreground are shown washing the plaza trees, cleaning them of dirt and dust in preparation for the opening. Other activity can be seen throughout the picture of workmen putting the finishing touches on buildings and exhibits. Man, too bad that photo is trash. Thanks, Brendan. The Pope video was a real fun one to make. I'm right there with you, Angela. I'd love to come back as a Disneyland horse. Look at that. Santa Fe Railroad. Yeah, I did get that view when I was stuck at the top of the castle during the pandemic. At some day, JT, we need to figure out what day I published the Stuck on the Castle video. And we need to do like a 5-year anniversary watch along. And there's that photo again. Oh, what are we looking at here? Merch? Merch search! Toys and games galore. Santa's advanced samples indicate a good Christmas in store for Orange County youngsters. This youngster had at his disposal an electric Disneyland game, Dick Tracy's wrist radio, a working weather station, truck-mounted loudspeaker, a build-yourself electric car, and a propeller-driven racing car, the product of a Santa Ana manufacturer. Dude, I need that electric Disneyland game. It's electric. Boogie woogie. All right, one more for the 11th, and then we'll move on to the 12th, and there it is. There it is, that beautiful telescope. All right. Let's see how many articles we get for the 12th. We are now less than 1 day away. We're going to do the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th, and then we're going to call it. So we have 5 more days to go. 48 articles. Rich, I think you need to do an anniversary when Small World flooded too. Shout out to Big Ed. Jason, funny that they thought only locals would merch, right? Sean says, sold. I want to thank you guys for being here with us. We're almost at 4 hours. Let's see what we got. I'm going to mute my mic and drink some water while I pull the articles. All right, let's jump back in. Oh, whoa. Look at these photos. Artisans rush work on Disneyland as opening deadline. These are some ones I've never seen before. Okay. What are we looking at here? Just about ready. As visitors trundle up and down Main Street at Disneyland, little will they know of the feverish activity that went on before the opening to have this land of magic and dreams spick and span ready for the big day. An above photo is a souvenir shop on this Main Street artery, which leads into the plaza or the hub of the entire Disneyland adventure. Main Street is just like any other street in the area, with lamplighters when lamplighters took over at nightfall. Yeah, look at this photo of the Golden Horseshoe, Brandon. Wow. It's so decadent. The Golden Horseshoe, facing rivers of America and the docks of the Mark Twain riverboat, is this fabulous golden horseshoe termed the longest little bar with the tallest glasses full of pop. It was originally root beer. At this Frontierland bar, where soft drinks will be served, artists are putting the final touches to the glamorous and romantic balconies and the unique stage with its gas footlights. Here, the entertainment will be presented. Decor of the interior is lighted by a replica of the ruby glass lights. Days of Great Grandma. Something for the future. George Whitman, manager of Fantasyland, holds the first squirrel rifle received at Disneyland yesterday. Okay, now we know that Derek and Elena, or whatever her name was, little con artist, they were shooting rifles. How'd they shoot rifles when the first rifle just showed up? Little liars. The rifle, a .22 caliber automatic, was built by Richard Hicks of Albuquerque, New Mexico, who will reproduce the authentic squirrel guns to be used in the Davy Crockett Shooting Gallery in Frontierland, opening later in the year. Little con artist. Although in their defense, Disneyland did have a shooting gallery on Main Street. And there was also at one point a shooting gallery in Adventureland. So maybe they did one of those. Oh, look at that beauty. Whistling on the levee, all steamed up and ready to take off, is the Mark Twain, Disneyland's riverboat, an exact replica of paddle wheelers that traveled up and down the Mississippi in pioneer years of America. She accommodates up to 300 passengers. First to pilot her as she was made shipshape for the Disneyland opening was Walt Disney. I've never heard that before. I never heard that he was the first one to pilot the Mark Twain. As the head man of this multi-million-dollar magic kingdom, which nestles among Anaheim's famous orange groves, Mark Twain's captain is Bill Trantrum, a licensed merchant marine officer. Never heard that either. All right, let's look in here. So there's the dock. What is this little structure? That's over where now you would go up to get into the Columbia when they have to roll that thing out. Look at the old post. No fence. Following the river. We don't give a shit. Look at this hilltop right here. So wild. Oh man, look at this. Now don't let this fool you, because Fantasyland all didn't look this way. This is where the old Christmas shop used to be located, because the rest of Fantasyland looks like a Renaissance fair. In Fantasyland, yep, see, got it. Merlin's Magic Shop is included with a realm of Fantasyland where toys, magic tricks, and other interesting items may be purchased. A sign painter is shown putting the finishing touches on the sign before the quaint shop. Children will dream of Fantasyland for many nights following their visit to the enchanted section of Disneyland with many rides and sights. I wish this was still the Christmas shop. There was something so special about having a little Christmas shop in Fantasyland. And now it's just like regular merchandise you can get anywhere. Riverboat captain Bill Trantom, who hails from Whittier, will pilot the 105-foot paddle wheeler steamboat, the Mark Twain, up and down the Disneyland Rivers of America, replicas of rivers and towns of New Orleans, Natchez, Mobile, Cincinnati, and the historical buildings of the Old South. Captain Trantom is a licensed merchant marine officer and saw service in World War II. Well, thank you for your service, Bill. Check it out. Aluminum! King Arthur's Carousel, beckoning today as it did in the days of old when knights were bold, will be a carousel hemming in the courtyard of Sleeping Beauty Castle, the imposing and romantic entrance of Disneyland's Fantasyland. Its stationary steeds of purebred beauty go round and round, inviting both young and old to share in the fun. Palomino steeds with shiny black coats and names, bay horses and gray, were chosen with particular care for Fantasyland. Assembling of the carousel is charge of well-trained artisans. Oh, what do we have here? Let me guess first. What is that? Are they putting together Adventureland boats? South Sea's atmosphere. Frantically painting the outrigger can't suspend from the ceiling of the Polynesian restaurant where food and drinks will be available in the Tahitian village are the workmen especially trained in reproducing items from the South Seas. The restaurant opens the south of Frontierland in front of the imposing entrance of Adventureland. Here visitors will enjoy atmosphere of South Pacific enchantment. And then what do we have here? A little Frontierland. Out of the Old West, coming around the bend from Frontierland is an early Western stagecoach and wagons that will take Disneyland visitors on a ride through the West. The wagons and coaches are exact replicas of those used in the early day when they played an important role in the opening of Frontier, linking it with the East. That's cool. Oh, I missed one. Sorry. Charm and Elegance, Swift & Company's Red Wagon restaurant located at the Plaza of Disneyland. This is now the Plaza Inn, by the way. Leads atmosphere and refinement of individual beauty to the overall plaza scene. The restaurant, destined to become known throughout the world for its cuisine, will cater to those who enjoy the finest of food and service available. It is one of the same 20 eating places. One of the some 20 eating places in Disneyland. Much of the elegant details and features of the Red Wagon restaurant were included in an old mansion in Beverly Hills Walt Disney purchased and dismantled. Never heard that one either. We're going to save this. For opening day rush. Some cool ones in there, right? Okay, let's move on here. All right. Classifieds. Okay. Okay, and this for that. Disneyland issued 17 more permits. 17 building permits issued today by building inspector Homer Wallace to Disneyland totaled $225,000 at the same time. This is the same article that just is in a different publication. Slated as a grand invitation and preview opening this Sunday. Disneyland was described today as being a fury of construction activity. Wallace said, although 17 permits were received just this morning, construction, mostly interiors, was already underway. The largest of the 17 was a permit for interior work on the American Motors for $40,000. Second was for interiors on the Pendleton clothing store. Oh, that's cool. There was one permit for $25,000 for the Richfield Utopia entrance, four for $15,000 interior in the Aunt Jemima concession for Fritos, another for the main entrance gate, an ABC food store in Frontierland. Other permits included the toy shop, $12,000, the Marlana Magic Shop, $12,000, Utopia Bridges, four at $10,000, and for $9,000 toll gates on Harbor and Catella. The remainder of the permits were $10,000 for a boathouse dock and $8,000 for Welch's Grape Juice concession. Swift's private dining room, $6,000, and three permits for $1,000 were International Gate, Convention Tent, and Frontierland Bridge. Wow, they're still filing permits. Disneyland opens July 18th. Very cool. Visit 160 Acres of Happiness. The world's most fabulous wonderland comes to life in Anaheim, California. Fun, thrills, fantasy, adventure. That's cool. Take a screenshot of that and save that. All right, so we got this photo of this dude. William Jones, well-known proprietor of the Wildcat Railroad, left this afternoon for Disneyland, where he will run one of the first trains on the park's railroad. Jones, who met Walt Disney in 1948 through the latter's interest in live steam model railroading, was invited to be at Disneyland on opening day and was made an honorary engineer. Disney has 3-foot gauge railroad encircling his 170-acre park. The two locomotives are old-time American Type 8 wheeled engines, which were specifically built to run the park. Here's another, get that souvenir edition. Here's that opening day ad too, again. Friday, Disneyland Day. The next Friday was designated Disneyland Day. Walt Disney lets the TV viewing public and an army of guests look over his fabulous Disneyland amusement park in Anaheim Sunday. All right, friends. Before we do the 13th will be a Wednesday. Care to put your guesses in for how many article hits we're going to get? $32.55. Got two bidders. 47. 7. I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. Keep putting your gambles in there. When I get back, I'll reveal the number. Be right back. And if anybody shows up, just let them know where I went. I found that aluminum. I mean, I literally did find aluminum. All right, let's see here. I should have got ice. I'll be right back. While we're in this break mode, I'm going to ice up my beverages. Be right back. Black and orange DL hat is in the pipeline. But slowly, but slowly, but slowly. Only got so much money to make so many different types of hats, but we'll get there. All right. I'm going to tell you right now, I think all of you are way off on your guesses because Wednesday is TV listing day. So let's go to the 13th. 120. Our biggest one yet. All right, we've got 4 more days to get to the end of the 16th. And we have been doing this for 4 hours now, getting caught up. I want to thank all my friends who super chatted. Let's see here. We got Mark, Sheehan, Jason, Max, Jeanette, CJ, which was, who was CJ's name? Cohen Films, Eminem, Stu, Attic Hans, Brandon, Aluminum, Denying Angela, Rick Roberts, James Brown, and Mint Julep. Let's go. Yeah, you guys forgot about TV Day. It was a trick. All right, let's get into this. 100 articles to go through. I'm going to do the first 5 pages, and then we'll rip through the articles. I'm going to turn off my microphone and rest my voice while I do the first 5 pages. Then I'll be back up with you. All right, they got us through the first 5 pages there. Man on Horseback, Disney's new role. What is this? Oh, he's going to ride a horse in the parade. Walt Disney, whose Disneyland television show, ABC TV, made Davy Crockett a national craze today, revealed how he plans to avoid thousands of autograph seekers next week at the opening of his Disneyland Magic Kingdom. I'm riding on horseback, Disney said in the new issue of Look magazine. As much as I love the public, I can't stand the crush. If prancing horses doesn't work, Disney continued, he will retire to a hiding place over a firehouse, which is one of the buildings in the Gay 90s section of Disneyland. From it, he'll be able to watch the public without being mobbed. Hernando won't be the only one with a hideaway, comments Disney and Look. And if anyone wants me in a hurry, I can always slide down the brass pole like a fireman used to. The press preview will be televised on Sunday. That is great. Rich O, let's go. There we go. We made the Rich O. Did you get that squeak? Did it pick it up? Thanks, Buddy Rich. I appreciate it. Buddy Rich is a different guy, but thank you, Buddy, comma, Rich. What's up, Hugo? Remember when I drew Hugo the hippo and it looked like a pig? My friend Tavo, who's a tattoo artist, was like, I was watching you do that. And he was like watching me do it on the live stream. He was like, it's a pig. It's going to turn it into a pig. Yeah, if you look at the opening day parade, you actually see Walt Disney ride in the parade on horseback. It's kind of an interesting backstory on that. Would you be upset if I try to beat your tram record? I sent you a DM on Instagram. I don't think that... I mean, I wouldn't be upset if you try to beat it. I don't think that you could beat it, though. Because with the way that security is now, you have a strong disadvantage. Strong disadvantage that the way that you have to go through security every time now where they let you off. So, good luck. Yeah, it definitely turned into a pig, Hugo. Here's what I'm going to do for Micah Parsons. There you go, Micah. There's your second place award for the tram. Good luck, brother. Appreciate the super. Oh, let's go. Hey, Tony Tran. What's up, bud? Hugo, rocking the DL hat. I'm wearing the 55 hat today. I will be wearing the 55 hat tomorrow, too, for the anniversary. Okay, let's move on. So that's cool. That's cool to know the strategy of why Walt rode the horse. Like, I love doing this because you get all these little, like, extra tidbits. What is that man doing behind that woman? All right, so let's see. World's biggest surprise party. All right, so let's see here. Walt Disney has made very few mistakes in his life. What is this? Inside Out. A little editorial piece. Disneyland Park at Anaheim to be a new mecca for vacationers and families who wanted to see city of way back when. Oh yeah, look at this photo we have here. Main Street, Disneyland in Anaheim is the thoroughfare that turns the clock back turns the clock back to the turn of the century. The visitor's first sight as he enters the playground, Main Street is an accurate, scaled-down replica of the typically small city street, complete with horse-drawn streetcars, old-fashioned fire station, and other establishments that reflect 1890-1900 atmosphere. Let's see here. Nothing that we don't know there. Hold on. This photo is taken from the Main Street train station because of this archway here. Yeah, this is just one of those articles. It's just telling us what Disneyland's going to be. We already know what it is. We're looking for Insider's Baseball. Oh, what do we got here? Is this Utopia? Damn, I wish that photo was clear. Miniature Freeway. Workmen speed construction on the miniature freeway at Disneyland, where youngsters up to 90 years will have a chance to test their driving skill. Complete with overpass, underpass, 4-lane divided highway, will be open to qualified youngsters who drive small autos, as seen in the right center foreground around the 1.25 modern illuminated highway. Remember when those kids, the two little liars, said they drove Utopia like a week ago? I don't think that's true. Oh, this is cool. Article about Bank of America. Bank of America to open branch in Disneyland. In a setting of old-time teller wickets, brass hat racks, and roll-top desk, shiny cupsadors, and gay 90s costumes, Bank of America will open the doors to its new branch in the town square of the Magic Kingdom of Disneyland in Southern California next Monday. There will even be an 1880 typewriter in the first-class working order, said Frank M. Dana, Vice President of Operations at the San Francisco headquarters of the bank. But the banking service offered will be modern in every aspect, in every respect. Visitors looking over the shoulders of the shirt sleeve tellers and vest and sterling ties will see an accent wooden filing cabinet, high bookkeeping desk and stool, old-fashioned ledger. Everything that meets their eye will have come straight out of the 1890s. It's funny when you go in there, a lot of that woodwork still exists, and it does look very, very like antique and old America. Special souvenir guide maps of Disneyland will be available for all, and special Disneyland souvenir money orders in amounts of $5, $10, and $20 may be purchased just so the little folk won't have to reach so high to carry out their banking business. There's a special small fry window. Dude, got to see the small fry window. The bank will open for business every day, including Sundays from 11 to 5. Branch personnel will take cash checks, open accounts, take deposits, and handle withdrawals, loan payments, and loan applications, just as any other branch of Bank of America. Damn, dude. I would have done all of my banking at that Bank of America. I'm going to save this article. Just might come in handy sometime when I'm doing a video about, the history of Main Street USA and all of its interesting businesses. Bank of America. All right, let's move on. Okay, preview. We've already kind of seen this. Disneyland TV listing. Real Bank in Disneyland. Yep, already read this article. Disneyland Bank recalls old days. Same article. Bank of America Disneyland branch follows the old theme. Yep, same article. Okay, I'm interested. Disneyland, 500 children from Anaheim Sunday schools will play a big role in the ABC television show, which will introduce Disneyland Park to national TV audiences on Sunday. The lucky youngsters will enjoy a preview of Sleeping Beauty's castle and the rides of Walt Disney's New Magic Kingdom. They'll arrive at the park in See, this is the type of minutia that I love to learn. They'll arrive at the park in 14 buses, each of which will be under direction of a clown leader and 2 chaperones. Arrival is timed for 3 p.m. I mean, they're cutting it kind of close. The special goes live at 4:30. Arrival is timed for 3 p.m. for their part in the 1.5-hour national program, which will take place during a special press premiere of Disneyland. Some of the youngsters will assemble in the plaza, center of the new entertainment world, until Disney cuts the ribbon to Sleeping Beauty's castle. At this time, the castle's drawbridge will lower, and all Disney cartoon characters will rush from the castle to greet them. The Disney characters will then beckon the first of 5 groups of children across the bridge and moat to enter the castle. 75 of the youngsters will enter the courtyard and stop for a moment to look at the site before rushing to the King Arthur carousel. The second group will run past the merry-go-round to the Mad Tea Party ride from the story Alice in Wonderland. Here, they will be whirled through the mad affair in spinning cups and saucers. A third group will also ride the carousel, while the 72 steeds of the ride prance into, I can't say it, calliope. We did it earlier, damn it, calliope tunes. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs will call the fourth group, which will go to the Snow White walkthrough to see the Wicked Witch in the diamond mine of the 7 Dwarfs. Peter Pan's Fly-Through, a ride over moonlit London to Never Never Land, past the second star of the red light. Second star to the right will occupy the 5th group to Anaheim Children. The largest of the groups, consisting of 100 youngsters, will wait in another area of the park for their part, which they will ride the Casey Jr. train, inspired from the story of Dumbo. Television viewers will see another group riding the canal boats of the world, while still more children will be seen around the lagoon in which Chicken of the Sea pirate ship restaurant rests. The remainder of the children will ride Mr. Toad's ancient cars through a thrilling adventure. The Reverend Vern Thompson, assistant pastor of First Baptist Church in Anaheim, completed arrangements for the participation of the children in the absence of the Reverend. The youngsters will gather at the pirate ship after the television show to receive presents for their part in the premiere. They will then be returned to Anaheim. Names of the children will be recorded on departure to and from Disneyland so that none will be lost. Okay. That is very cool, like random side information. First kids at Disneyland. What it didn't say is how many, like there were kids that they put on top of the castle. And my question is this: do you think once you were assigned to an attraction, it's like, okay, you kids, you're just riding the teacups. Like you're just riding the teacups on loop. Like I bet whatever attraction you got assigned to, you were just doing it on loop. That would be the only thing that would make sense. Okay. Okay, we just did that. Pre-opening effort. Just talking about the opening. What's this over here? Excursions to Disneyland. Just people doing vacation stuff. Preview tonight at Disneyland. So this is the 13th. Would this preview be talking about Walt and Lillian's anniversary? No, it's not. Pre-opening report. Oh, this is when the pre-opening report went on. From Disneyland on Channel 7 at 8 o'clock, we'll telecast the last-minute scenes of Walt Disney's nearly completed 160-acre entertainment kingdom in Anaheim. Oh, that's cool that that's when the special aired. Great special if you haven't seen it. Okay, they're putting emergency traffic signals in because they're very worried about the traffic. Disneyland hotel permits are still going down to the wire. Dude, Homer Wallace is working his butt off. Permits for $950,000. A permit for a large restaurant, which will be built in conjunction with the Disneyland Hotel, totaled $750,000. The project is really several eating spots to be located in the hotel area. It includes a cocktail lounge. The restaurant will do open. Yeah, we've already kind of read this. Just still circulating around. Talking about the opening. There's those Swift Premium Disneyland Franks. All right, let's now knock out the second half of July 13th. Vinton says, my friend from church was one of those kids. She told me about it tons of times. Angela's like, imagine being the kids that got sent to the pirate ship. All right, kids. Everybody else is riding rides. Enjoy your tuna fish sandwich. Okay, let's see what we have. Probably going to just get a lot of TV listings in this back end. Boy, they are really advertising those Disneyland hot dogs. Let's see what this is. Looks like an ad. Disneyland hot dogs. 49 cents for a whole pack of hot dogs. Sign me up. That's why I'm starting the Bricky Hot Dog of the Month Club. Page 11 should be getting to the end of the 13th. Tons of TV listings. Okay. All right. Yeah, the Disneyland hot dogs needs to be like just a bricky blouse, just a straight up t-shirt. Look at that, Disneyland. Okay. Okay, what the hell does that article have to do with anything? Yeah, look at those franks. Oh, 45 cents a pound. Boo. All right, let's move over to the 14th. Anybody want to gamble on what the 14th brings us? We've only got 3 more days left in our epic live stream. Which, by the way, want to thank all my friends for making this possible. I don't think the dude thought it was too funny when I gave him the second place trophy. He just kind of disappeared. I thought it was funny. A little protein milk to have a liquid lunch. 62. Oh, there you are, Mitch. Micah. Sorry, Micah. I read the names bad. Micah, when are you going to attempt it? Oh, yeah, you're driving home from work. Never mind. You do your thing. I don't want you to do anything dumb. Any secret intel to reveal first? I mean, it's a Thursday. We're getting close to it opening. Attic 75. You're going to go for it on Sunday. Good luck, man. You're going to be broadcasting it anywhere? Well, I'll stop asking you questions. You're driving home. When you get to your destination, say in the chat, Bricky, I'm home, or I'm not driving anymore. And then I want to ask you some questions, but I don't want to ask you questions while you're driving because I don't want you to not make it to try to beat my record. Okay, we got some. All right, you guys are going high. All right, I'm closing it up. What makes a Dodger dog good? Like, first off, almost all hot dogs taste like Dodger dogs on the East Coast. What makes them good is that it's pork. Beef hot dogs suck. Pork hot dogs are great. All right, let's scroll up to reveal that number. 140. I'm doomed. All right, we got 3 days left. Let's go. 140. Jeez. Great. I'm gonna silence my mic, save my voice, and crank through the first 7 pages. Then we'll look at them together. All right, let's see what we found here. All right, now I just want to make sure that I still have my voice for tomorrow. So I'm just taking a break. What is, what the hell is this? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have the screen up. Sorry. Just so you guys didn't get to see the parrot driving the car. Oh, yeah. That's great. All right, let's see here. Disneyland public opening scheduled for Monday. Yeah, this just looks like more of the stuff that we already know. Just describing it to everybody. This is a pretty dense article. I might save this to read later. I think it's probably, well, let me just look. just kind of skimming it to see if there's anything here other than us just reading the same descriptions over and over again. Like, is it given any insight to things that maybe we've never heard before? All right, we'll check this out. Let's see here. Eating facilities had to be worked out to accommodate an expected average of 15,000 persons daily, hitting a peak of 60,000 on holidays and weekends. 20 restaurants and snack bars capable of serving 8,000 hourly are strategically located through the 60-acre exhibit. Restaurants as well as other buildings required authentic interior dressings. It was for these that antique shops across the country were searched. An old mansion in Los Angeles supplied part of the interior of the Delmonico-style restaurant in Disneyland Plaza. The house was purchased and dismantled with interior wood paneling and stained glass windows, crystal chandeliers, and staircases, receiving the utmost care for most of the mansion's features that were incorporated in Disneyland's Main Street. So they're talking about what we know today as the Plaza Inn. Mighty Locomotive. It is on Main Street that the 1890 Santa Fe and Disneyland Railroad Station is located. From here, as many as 300 passengers might board a 5/8 scale train pulled by a mighty little locomotive. This little engine weighs 15 tons and was built at Disneyland. Created quite a stir when Walt Disney took it down the then unfinished track on its first test run in early June. Guests and Disneyland employees were on hand to cheer and wave in encouragement as Walt blew the whistle and opened the throttle. Careful researching and purchasing of authentic equipment were not only problems that had to be worked out, how to fuse pioneering architecture with Southwestern and how to blend New Orleans cafe facades with log stockades were a few of the posers encountered of Frontierland artists as the realm took form. The logs for the stockade and the log cabins were cut in Arrowhead, region of California. I already knew that one. Where they were treated to kill insects and preserve the bark. They were then shipped to Disneyland site where many specially picked men hewed the logs by hand. These workmen were picked from carpenters who had long cabin or shipbuilding experience and were familiar with the use of axe and a disease. The only power tool used in this project was a gasoline chainsaw. As in the areas, Walt Disney's personal touch is seen. In Frontierland, some of the gnarled pine posts were picked up by Disney on a trip to the Jackson Hole country in Wyoming. Sorry, this one's blurry. In Wyoming. It's also a tight margin. It's a lot of back and forth. He and a friend spotted the logs because of the unusual burls growing in them and had 60 shipped to Disneyland. Extensive research was required to authentically outfit the Mark Twain Frontierland's 105-foot paddle-wheeling riverboat. Being the first of its kind built in the United States in over 50 years, considerable time went into the study of riverboats, their building and operating requirements. Because the ship is a 5/8 scale, its engine had to be specifically built. This contract went to a machine shop in the local area with qualified past experience. Special construction was also called for the fitting the boiler into the hold. The ship draws about 3 feet of water and travels the 5-foot deep rivers of America. Clay and liquid cement mixture were sprayed over the riverbeds to make sure them leak-proof. The River of America is about 200 feet wide and about 1/2 mile long. Excavations for the waterway supplied a large part of 350,000 cubic yards of dirt that were moved in constructing the park and building the 15-foot-high berm surrounding Disneyland. This berm, or levee, is planted with trees, shrubs from all over the world, with each land and section setting the landscaping theme. In importing and transplanting approximately $500,000 worth of trees and shrubs Vitamins, hormones, peat moss, and solution of nitrohumus had to be supplied to Disneyland's sandy soil to lessen the shock to the plant. One of the major landscaping problems was presented in Adventureland, where the tropical atmosphere was preserved in every detail. Trees from Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, South America, China, and Japan were ranging in age from 30 to 50 years were imported to make the section truly adventure for tropical explorers. I think that part's bullshit. Adventureland's lifelike plastic animals also required both minute attention before they could be released in the jungles. Each animal is electrically operated on a track. Automatic mechanisms operate the jaws, eyes, and movements. These animals had to be bank tested first in a dry tank, later in water, so they would be sure to operate smoothly. While major attention was given to the mechanical devices and building facades, each building is complete in every respect and is equipped with sprinkler systems for fire protection. 8 manual fire alarm boxes are on site with connections in security offices and the Anaheim Fire Department. Statistically speaking, 3.5 million board feet of lumber went into the park's construction. More than 3 million cubic feet of paving covers Disneyland and its parking lot, and approximately 32,000 sacks of cement were used. Some 800 workmen were employed daily, with the figure running up to 2,500 employees working 10-hour shifts as opening date neared. Employees serving as permanent Disneyland hosts number from 850 to 1,000, and their occupations range from busboys to riverboat captains, from livestock handlers to receptionists. High standards demanded, inasmuch as Disneyland is a fresh new concept in family entertainment, and as described by its creator, Walt Disney, as a place for people to find happiness and knowledge. Employees had to be the highest standards. Each employee was handpicked by Disneyland officials with qualifications including disposition, general attitude, and appearance. Each new Disneyland employee was required to attend orientation classes, part of a training course in Disneyland's policies to become acquainted with the Disneyland way of life. Every consideration was given to Disneyland to make it truly the magic kingdom of happiness and knowledge and safety that Walt Disney planned. And this realm, Walt assures, will constantly grow and change so that visitors will periodically find new and unexpected, fascinate, and amuse. Okay. Didn't call it a lake, Ken. That's a step in the right direction, right? Okay. Whoa. This is a pretty clear photo. We'll be taking a screenshot of that bad boy. Yeah, I mean, look at that. It's ready to rip there, man. Okay, I'm just going to kind of scan this to see if I can find some gems for us. Because most of us know the Disneyland story. We're looking for the difference makers. Yeah, it's basically nothing. It's all stuff we already know. Oh, shout out to Jean Lafitte. In New Orleans, and thought to be about 200 years old, It is believed to have been a part of a pirate ship, possibly Jean Lafitte's, because of all construction was on 5/8 scale. Mills across the nation were contacted for special narrowed stripped awning and umbrella materials. Part of the marine equipment used for exhibit purposes, the Frontierland Park consists of an old anchor which was found in an antique shop. Jean Lafitte. We're just going to save this for this opening day. I should save these and then go through them with a fine-tooth comb when I'm not live. Opening day details. But they're just too dense to read the whole thing. All right, let's move on. Okay, this is the labor souvenir edition of the newspaper. They're all excited about that. That photo of Walt and his pony, he looks so excited, right? Oh, wow. Turn back the clock. Main Street, Disneyland's thoroughfare. All right, we've already seen this photo. I just can't figure. I mean, I guess that's the doorway of the Main Street train station. Yesterday returns at fabulous Disneyland. If you really want to get away from it all for a few hours, you can do it now via a new route. Just head to Disneyland Park. Yeah, this is basically a description of it. Same photo, cropped poorly. Same article. Okay. All right, we've read this article before. The world's newest train track. What is this? Despite depicting Main Street and Frontierland of 1900. This is the first of 3 articles on the fabulous new Disneyland Park. This is the same article if you really want to get away one. You know what? I'm just going to save at least one copy of this just because who knows? Maybe there's something in there. But it looks like a lot of the fluff. All right, let's see here. Oh. This is what we want. A close-up photo. He started out designing tavern lounges and wound up painting the peak of Signal Hill. Ronald Goss, 5653 Lamona Avenue, Van Nuys, is shown in his latest job as a diorama artist. He's working on a portion of a huge diorama model of the Los Angeles area being built for Disneyland called The World Beneath Us. This is the closest up photo we've seen of the world beneath us. We've been live now for 5 hours, and this is something we talked about earlier, so I'm not going to go back into the details of it. Yeah, this is the same kind of article that's been circulating for a while about this massive diorama that's the size of a 2-bedroom home that they built. Definitely something I want to make a video about. Yeah, thank you, Chris. I will not be live tomorrow. No live stream tomorrow. Not going live from the park. I'll be filming evergreen videos and stuff like that. There'll be plenty of people doing live streams. Cool. Viewers can see the diorama when Disneyland opens. Okay. So it looks like there's a little bit of information about this guy who's doing a swell job building this thing. Right. The world beneath us. All right. So we found 3 more articles for this. I got other articles for this one that I've been tracking. Miniature Santa Fe train at Disneyland. Okay, it's the same article. Brand new railroad. Same article. This is talking about the preview that will show up on the 15th. Hopefully we'll get that. What are Claremonters? Oh, people from Claremont. I was like, what is a Claremont or what do they do? What's up, Josh Todd? How you doing, bud? Okay. Formal opening set for Disneyland next Sunday. Let's see if there's anything. Nice guy on a scooter with a little kid on the back. Oh, this is about the railroad with just a different headline. Okay. 500 local Sunday school children. We've already read that. Let's see what this spin is. 1880 setting for Bank of America. Oh, we've already read the Bank of America press release. Time to give the preview of Disneyland. All right, this is them plugging the preview. People planning their trips to Disneyland. There's the ad that we've seen. Disneyland telephones in Neverland. Neverland. Everyone's talking about it. That's right. Disneyland Anaheim, your local telephone office is accepting requests for telephone service from new residents of this fantastic community. Among the many businesses to operate, there are these few named to read just a fairy tale. The Red Wagon Inn, Chicken of the Sea Pirate Shop, Merlin's Magic Shop, and Swift Chicken Plantation. You can even cash your check there for the Bank of America is opening Disneyland branch. It'll be interesting to see these imaginative names listed in your next telephone directory. Oh, I never thought about that they'd have the phone numbers for these locations in the telephone book. That's wild. Okay, there's the same article about the railroad that's circulating. Same article about the railroad. Disneyland tour spot. There's a horrible reproduction of the article about the guy who made the diorama. Children making trips. Okay, let's see here. The world's newest and most novel art. This is the railroad article again. They keep sneaking it on us. Okay, what are we looking at here? Oh, there's the whatever that weird instrument is that sits in the back of the Candy Palace, or I guess now not the Candy Palace, is it the arcade? Penny Arcade. Shades of yesteryear, the 1899 Waltzer version of the modern jukebox has been assembled at the Disneyland Arcade on the main street of this Magic Kingdom, located in Anaheim, just south of the freeway of Harbor Boulevard. Brought from Germany aboard a ship to San Francisco in 1909, it was recently purchased by Walt Disney from the Rene Collection at the Whittier. As its music goes round and round, it will recall for some of the days of the gay 90s when they heard their favorite melodies come out of these imposing Nickelodeon. It is a huge instrument and is right at the entrance of the arcade. It's now on the back wall of the arcade. There's also one that doesn't work that's inside of the Frontierland shops. Seen in the above photo, assembling the pipes, Herb Vincent of Los Angeles, one of the few men in the business who has a full knowledge of the workings of this instrument. He has been in the field and endeavors for 38 years. To the right is Danny Lipson, manager of the arcade, polishing up the window and the cabinets. This is one of the many items dating back to pioneer days in California that will be a part of Disneyland Main Street Entertainment Center. That thing is cool. I don't know if you've ever gone in there and watched it play music, but it is very cool what it does. Oh, dude, the Disneyland logo is just perfection. Disneyland road maps offered free here. Official Disneyland road maps and comic books now available at Ernie Oates Service Center in 5 Points. Oh, I see. Going to try to get people to come in for the old service center. Here's Walt with his horse in a headlock. Can't believe that's the photo that they're running for the souvenir edition of the newspaper. Okay. Shooting Disneyland. It wasn't long until we were taking in $2,000 a month and found it necessary to borrow from the bank again to expand business. Hold on. Sometimes a article with the wrong date will get No, it says Thursday, July 14th, 1955. So what in the hell are they talking about? To expand business. Next, we outgrew our crowded quarters when we established the aerial mapping photogrammetry division. Thank goodness we now seem to have enough room to just last a while. We actually occupy... What the hell are they talking about? Oh, I guess this is the company that shot the overhead photos of Disneyland. From its inception, Disneyland was photographed to provide a record for work accomplished. Like all their work, it will be as nearly perfect as possible, showing as Lewis and Jacqueline express every blade of grass, every crack or anthole on the ground. Okay. Bizarre. All right, so that was the first half of... Right? Yeah, first half of the 14th. We still got the back half to go. 7 more pages. These are all going to just be one hits. See what this is. And then after this, we have 2 more pages. And then we will pick this back up next week at some point when we will look over how the media really portrayed the opening day and days. Everybody always talks about how the media trashed it, how it was so bad. I've always wanted to read day by day what the real review was, to have a better understanding of, was it as bad as everybody made it out to be? So we'll be reading the reviews and kind of get the whole idea. But today's goal is to go all the way up to the edge of the opening. And then next week we'll do another long stream where we dive into the results. And then we're going to keep this going because we're going to learn so much about Disneyland and its day-to-day operations and pivots and things getting shut down and new things coming up by following along like we have been since the beginning of this year. Page 13. Just getting lots of ads. Okay, page 14. Right, not that many articles. Now I need to know, do you think that they scanned in the 15th collectible edition of the newspaper that they've been just promoting over and over again? Oh, the one in Frontierland works. Cool. I see it in the back corner a lot of times and it doesn't seem like it's ever making any noise. So that's cool to know that it works. Oh, look, we have a real photo of the aluminum telescope. Maybe not as grandiose as they made it out in those illustrations. Instagram versus reality. Unique entrance to the giant aluminum telescope being assembled in Tomorrowland section of Disneyland arrived at the park early Monday morning, and work started immediately on getting it assembled and into position in time for the special and invitational grand opening and dedication Sunday, which will be televised. Huh. All right, well, we're definitely going to save this because any photos of the exhibits are very, very hard to come by. Okay, back to the beat. Okay. Same photo that's been circulating. seem right up. Oh, here's a new photo. Oh, look at that. That's cool. Railroad and riverboats make up the two of the many rides in the fabulous new playground. The model railroad in the foreground will carry some 300 passengers on a trip that circles the park and gives fares a view of the entire area. The riverboat, Mark Twain in the background, is a scaled model of a Mississippi sternwheeler. It will take riders on a trip along the rivers of America, Disneyland, in Buena Park, Orange County. Close. That's cool. That's an angle that you don't often see. Definitely will be taking a screenshot of that bad boy. Well, the Starbucks is actually a licensing agreement. I mean, I know what you're saying. You're not far off. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Our old friend, the pirate. And now we have full body. Excuse me real quick while I bootleg. This guy is cool. Pirate Party Kit. Chicken of the Sea. Hell yeah. That is cool. Information about the TV show or the premiere. Hey, this is how big that thing was supposed to be. We saw the photo of it. It's like the size of like this. It's supposed to be this big. Oh, that's great. All right. Moment of truth. We are moving over to the 15th. Will we get to see the collectible edition? Friday the 15th. Let's go. 174. It's just getting bigger. For the first 10 days, we looked at 518 articles. Since then, I guarantee you, we've probably looked at another 500. We're probably over 1,000. Jessica, I started watching over 2 hours ago. Went to trivia with my husband, and now I'm back and Bricky's still at it. That pirate is going to show up on something, I'll tell you that. Oh my God, there's 50 mentions on this page. Oh, I wonder. Oh, let's see. Oh, I bet that might be a scan of. All right, we're going to just go 10 at a time on this because it looks like we could be getting a lot of the same stuff. And if Disneyland is mentioned in these pages, I don't see any color though. Oh, check this out. Oh, man. All right, we're obviously not reading all this. But this is very cool. Why is it not going to the next page? See what this one will. Go to page 2. It won't go to the next page. Maybe it's the end of the paper. Oh, yeah, maybe it's a back page ad. Wow. Okay, so we're definitely going to save one of these. And I'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb. Obviously, it'd take us 2 more hours just to read that. So we'll do opening day. Because it's not editorial, it's an ad, right? Okay, so we got this again. Okay, this is that photo we've seen for a while. Freight halls, 300 people, trains. Walt and Mickey Mouse. I've never seen that photo before. Dude, look at this Main Street ad. All the people throwing their hats up in the air. Meet you on Main Street. We'll be there just as you enter the realm of Disneyland. Right on Main Street, you'll see Bank of America, an authentic turn-of-the-century setting. Bank of America is proud to be a part of this unusual new California community, just as proud as it's part to be part of 330 other communities throughout the state. While you're at Disneyland, please plan to stop and then say hello. We'll be happy to see you. Special souvenir money orders. As a memento of your Disneyland visit, Bank of America has provided special souvenir money orders, which may be purchased at the branch. Wow, that's cool. Very cool. Okay, what do I do here? There's going to be too much information to read it all. Okay. Same thing here, just better contrast. That illustration is great. Wow, that's good. I believe I've seen a color version of that somewhere before. Okay, same thing. Okay, so these are all that. Right, this is going to get tricky. Very tricky. Oh my God, what do I do? It's too much information. Pigeons ready for their role. A mass rehearsal took place at Disneyland one recent Sunday when the birds were rehearsed for their part in the opening of Tomorrowland during the press televised preview to be held Sunday, July 17th. The pigeons imported from Seattle had their radar tags, James Brown, to fly south. The Disneyland officials want them to return northern home and release at Tomorrowland's entrance. James Brown, love the old news concept and journey. Also respect the pivot that was made when it was needed. Thanks for transporting us back in time and deepening our love of the park. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do. Making this up all on the go. Oh my God, look at this. Look how cool this is. Holy smokes. All right, here's what we're going to do. It's way too much to read everything. I'm going to comb through it, find whatever gems are there offline because I can't be on forever. But we're just going to kind of look at it together and look at sort of the highlights and then know that I will go through it and make sure that videos are made about anything that we need to know. All aboard for Disneyland. At last, the great day has arrived when Walt Disney has established kids' happy group of favorites in their fabulous new homes near Anaheim. Every youngster from 3 to 100 and there in 3 knows. Oh, from 100 and 103. This is cool. Dude, this graphic is so cool. I love the way the characters are drawn too. Like, it's a very sloppy, not authentic Disney look. I like it. Okay, this is the same thing. Edison's planning for future of to give ample power for park. Oh my God, look at this thing. At Disneyland 2, they are cooking with gas. Bank in Disneyland, real institution. Builders of Disneyland take big job in stride. Okay, yeah, all right. I'm going to have to comb through all of this, but we'll just kind of look at it together. I'm not even going to save anything because I just got to go back through this date. All right, this is going to probably be the same, but I have an obsessive compulsive part of my brain that won't let me leave stones unturned. Okay, yeah, this is the same thing. That's the thing. So much this is repetitive that when I'm not live and I can focus, I can kind of go through it all in one shot. Because it's probably about like 4 or 5 different major articles to parse through. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Disneyland, Long Dream of Walt. Disneyland Hotel. Oh, I love these illustrations. That might be a nice little pin set. Oh, look at this of the space bar. Dinner time, 1986. You'll enjoy delicious dinner of the future delivered to you from an immaculate, fully automatic food service. Just push a button of your selection. Seconds later, you will have a complete piping hot meal. They have no idea about mobile order. Then you eat amidst of all the splendor of Walt Disney's Tomorrowland, a family-sized tables and shaded resting place overlook freeways of tomorrow, all made with aluminum. Wow. That illustration of the space bar is sick. It's going to be the same article again. But even better scan. Man, that spacebar illustration is so good. But there's so much aluminum in there. Okay. This is going to be the chef illustration again. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh my God, look how cool that is. I've seen that Richfield Utopia illustration before. And I've seen this graphic before. This is the graphic, the hero graphic for The World Beneath Us, that diorama that we've been reading about. And then look at that illustration. That is so good. Oh boy. Oh boy. McNeil Construction has one of the very first windows when you walk into Main Street because they were the first people on the ground there. Wow. So cool. Big aluminum. Big aluminum. Oh my God, it just keeps going. So Elias Disney's name was on the window when the park opened. Walt remembers Dad. Elias Disney, Walt Disney's father, is immortalized on Disneyland's Main Street with a contracting office over one of the stores as shown here. Walt's dad was a contractor. I wonder if his dad was the first name to be put on Main Street. Look at this photo. My brain is overloaded, guys. Maybe it's the fact that I've been doing this for over 5 hours, or maybe it's the fact that I've just hit the treasure trove of all treasure troves. But my brain is on overload. Okay, same one. Same one. Yeah, there's only going to be about probably a handful of articles to go through. There's the Wizard of Bras. Shown with Wizard. C.V. Wood left, president and general manager of Disneyland, and Hendron J. Norris, president of Hollywood Maxwell Brazier Company, planned final details of the play, which occupy a Victorian shop on Disneyland's Main Street, USA, The Wonderful Wizard of Bras. Brandon, I need a big brain hat so bad right now. Bro? Open your hat one click, it'll feel better. Look at this train illustration. That's the wizard. Oh my God. An 1890 food store with all of its quaint fixtures has been recreated at the Swift Market House on Disneyland's Main Street to dramatize contrast the service provided by the modern food store. Fuck. All right. Right, Angela? Yeah, you just gotta pick the best images to use. Oh my God. Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to have to figure out a strategy on how to pull these articles, summarize these articles, which ones make it into a live stream, and then which ones need to be made into a video where I use modern day. Oh my God, look at that illustration of the market house or the carnation. Whew. What a beaut. Yeah, that's the plan. I'll go through them all. I'll put them in chapters of live stream, worthy, standalone video worthy. And then I can just parse through this and just do like deep dives on like some of these locations or sections of like town square or whatever. That illustration is beautiful. Man, they are still working on the front of Frontierland. That is wild. All right. Yeah, probably what I'll do is, show the horrible. Good question, Brandon. Tim. All right, I got to update the wall. I'm too behind. And then James Brown. What do you give the man that has everything? Presented by. Was it James Brown that did the big one? I just want to make sure. My brain is mush. Yes. Presented by. Oh no. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Realize I didn't even switch. There we go. We got a presented by James Brown. Oh, hold on. There you go. Presented by James Brown. And then I got a Tim Reed logo right over here over my head right there. Okay. All right. I don't even know what we're talking about. Let me go back to what we're looking at here. Yeah, okay. So somebody asked about making the videos. What I'm going to do is look at things like, okay, this is just like live stream worthy. First off, I'll go through and just parse out all the duplicates and get to how many like new articles I have. And then I'll figure out what's best to talk about on a live stream. And then what is video worthy. Look at that. But yeah, a photo of the Wizard of Oz is like super, super rare. Wow. If you do not notice how we made a jungle out of an orange grove, the hills and rivers have never before existed and now covered with forest, or the way we planted the unknown planet, if it all looks as if it's always been here, then we have achieved the perfect landscaping for Disneyland, because that's the way it's planned to be. Evans and Reeves. That's Bill Evans. He was the master landscaper of Disneyland. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Unique pirate ship, widespread use of natural gas. Clearly, okay. Yeah. We had a lot to go over. Look at this beautiful photo right here of the jungles. Nice aerial photography that you don't get to see anymore because now it's so covered in plants you can't see those details. Okay, you've seen this. There's that illustration I love. Same page again. Oh, that's a beautiful photo. Park brings new concept of family entertainment. Historic carousel in Fantasyland. Electric work done easily by Newberry. Old corner store. And maybe everything we don't need to cover. Oh, dude. The white guy with his black cooks making his food, he just looks... The look on his face is like, oh, these pancakes aren't the way that I like them, guys. You need to work a little bit harder. Okay, let's move on. Page 5. Dude, as a self-appointed Disneyland historian, I feel like we have hit a jackpot here. Which, I mean, you knew eventually we were going to hit a jackpot on this run. Right, we've already seen this page before. We've seen this. We've seen this. We have seen this. Oh. Dude. These little illustrations of the Wizard of Braz. People always talk about that, like, oh, did you know that was there? And it's like, yeah, I know it's there, but I'm not going to make a video about it because there's really nothing to show. But now there's something to show. Wow. Okay. Good stuff is coming. Oh my God, look at this photo of the world below. That is so crucial for making a video about that. Also, tomorrow, big giant space land. Better scan. I guess this was in that other page and we didn't even notice. Wow. Okay. And like we've been live for 5.5 hours now, and there's just no way we could possibly go over all this stuff. So we're just kind of enjoying the excitement of exploring together. Okay, this is the same page 3 times. We'll go with this lighter one that looks like the better scan. Oh, beautiful illustration. Good eating land at Disneyland. So this is advertising the restaurants. Very cool. Okay, we've seen this article now. Gas-powered racers. There's the Utopia. There's our pirate. Article about training the animals. Okay. Disneyland officials. So this is getting outside of the circular. So this is just regular newspaper stuff now. Oh, wow. Actually clear scan. That's very cool. Very clear scan. There's those 2 liars. Dude, we drove these cars a month ago. Oh, wow. That's the actual restaurant that they clipped and put in there. That's cool. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Good scan of that photo. Sunsets on your old hometown. There's that jerk waiting for his pancakes. Guys, come on. I've been waiting over here for like 10 minutes. My kids are hungry, all right? Come on. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous I got to wait this long. They're just pancakes. Come on. I'm paying $2. I think we've probably already seen this. Oh, this is the cover, I think, of that. Okay. The opening about the article or the TV special, right? We've seen this. This is a regular ad that's going around or page that's going around. What in the hell is this? Oh. Walt Disney accepts 8 lovely swans for Disneyland, his Magic Kingdom Anaheim, Thursday through the courtesy of the Hollywood Turf Club. Too bad that photo is so beat up. I love the old photos where you see the swans that would just go around the moat. I don't know how they kept them in the moat. Celebrities preview Disneyland on Sunday. Oh my God, look at this illustration. Wow. That is so cool. Pancake Guy should definitely have done the mobile order. Yeah, there it is. Welcome to Disneyland. Presented in this full-color newspaper section are a few of the many delights and wonders that are yours to enjoy at Disneyland. To develop Disneyland from a long-cherished dream to a reality took the skills and talents of hundreds of artists, craftsmen, architects, engineers, and scientists, to all of whom I sincerely indebted. Disneyland has been designed for the enjoyment of all a magic place where every family can find and share happy hours and experiences together. With your first and future visits to Disneyland, I hope it will be for you, as it has been for me, a most happy event, a dream come true. That's cool. There it is. We should have pre-ordered, guys. We're reading these old black and white scans. They told us for weeks now, pre-order. What did we do? We didn't pre-order. We're sitting over here counting our aluminum. Cool castle rendering, but really bad logo rendering. Told you guys we should have pre-ordered it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they would have it at the library. It's not a bad idea. Especially if you kind of like boil it down to like, this is the exact date page I'm looking for. Big Four Geneva meeting. Big Four diplomacy moves over to share the top billing. Oh, TV listing. World of Yesterday is only one feature of Great Disneyland. Oh man, there's that model again. They're still promoting that thing. They've been promoting that for like 2 months. Here's that cover. That photo of Walt is such a bad pic. Same thing. Hollywood scene. Okay. Disneyland show on ABC, talking about the show. There's that photo again, but at a better clarity. And then here's that. Oh, have we seen this yet? No, we haven't. Look at that. Everyone from 7 to 70 will thrill to ride the Richfield Utopia at Disneyland. Located in Tomorrowland, the Utopia includes Half-mile modern freeway shown below. Large enough for adults, the Utopia cars are powered by gasoline engines fueled with new Richfield ethyl. They are truly fun to drive and yet absolutely safe. Be sure to also see the exciting free Richfield show, The World Beneath Us, near the Utopia. Here you'll see new Walt Disney Studios film in Technicolor and CinemaScope, and the world's most unusual diorama. That's cool. Like that they showed the map of it. Okay, let's see here. Page 9. Page 9, we have 17 pages to go in this. That's TV listings. Still advertising the souvenir edition, guys. You're a little bit late. Page 10. All right, we're starting to get away from this and get more into the this looks like a photo. Classifieds, TV listings, page 12. Possible photo. When I research, sometimes it just makes your brain hurt when you find certain things. That's why I love doing this. Like time just melts away when I'm researching. Page 15. Yeah, TV listings, a bunch of fluff. 16. All right, so it won't be that hard to go through everything that's in there. Probably take me about an entire day to go through and sort it all. Okay, let's see what we got left for this day. Damn, it just keeps getting Meet You on Main Street. There's the gazebo, illustration of what the bank was supposed to look like. So cool. Same one. No. Plaza Inn. Oh, we've seen this illustration before. We've seen this one before. All right, talking about the opening. TV listings. Special section of Disneyland register today. Seen it. Love those architectural illustrations from this time period. What do we have here? Disneyland, a fairy castle with turrets, moat, and drawbridge. Little Andre Nipple 5 at Disneyland. The Wonder City will open its gates the grand opening Monday. Today's register devote a big preview souvenir section to the fabulous Wonderland filled with story, features, and photographs of the $17 million entertainment project. Okay, real estate. Disneyland section advertisement. Gay 90 Bank. Oh, no gay banks in my town. Visiting Disneyland? Free camera checkup. Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, we're down to our final page. Oh, look, it's the Frito kid. These watercolor renderings are nice. I need an enamel pen of you in place of Walt Disney giving the horse a hug. All right. Please tell me you'll be filming with Woo. Love the storm video in Florida. Yeah, when Adam and I rode out Hurricane Ian at the Contemporary, that was wild. I'm sure Adam has his own full agenda tomorrow, as do I. So hopefully we'll bump into each other, but in full transparency, there are no plans for us to like meet up and film together. So if something happens, it was just meant to be, but no formal plans. Busy day tomorrow. Everybody's got their own agenda. More of these illustrations. Wilts's grape juice stand. In Fantasyland. I love grape juice. All right. Our final page. We get to the 16th. Now, here's the plan. As I've made it up on as we've been going. Might end up doing 2 live streams next week. One where it's curated, like all the stuff that we went through. And then I feel like there's going to be a whole other just like shitstorm of reviews and stuff after the park opens up. So definitely want to go through all this. Just kind of try to figure out how to make it make sense. Cause like I can't always do 6-hour live streams and you can't always watch them, but we'll figure it out. Thrillaby. Back from the gym and bro is still alive. Yo, I'm gonna tally it up before we add on our last one. I'm gonna give you a tally. I need a little bit of a mental break. So after we did the first 10 days of July, we had been over 518 articles. Then we added on 39 plus 48 plus 120 plus 140 plus 174. We have looked at over 1,039 articles today. This is what it takes to be a Disney historian. We'll be talking about the Walt animatronic after I see it tomorrow. I'm spoiler free. I'm trying my hardest not to look at anything. All right, how many articles do we have? 125. Manageable. All right, so let's add 125 to that. All right, so today, 1,164 articles we have scanned through. Excuse me. Want to thank everybody on the big board behind me for making today's live stream possible. Appreciate everybody for dipping in and out as you're living your day. And for anybody who's been crazy enough to do the whole thing with me, I appreciate you. And if you're just joining us, these last pages have got so dense that we're just kind of looking at the pages together, but we can't go through and read every single thing. I need to go through. There's lots of duplicates, a lot of stuff that's been circulated all through SoCal. So I'm going to go through it, figure out another live stream where we look at some of this stuff, and then some of these things that are just like very detail-oriented articles about things that no longer exist. Those will get classified into videos. So good chance that over on Hey Bricky on the main channel, in the month of August, certainly into September, there could be some videos that do some real deep dives on some opening day locations and stuff. Because I feel like I'm going to have enough stuff contextually to tell some of these stories finally. Melissa, what are we doing? Looking up old articles about Disneyland? Yeah, Melissa, I've been doing this once a week since the beginning of this year. Every week we look at the news from this week, but in 1955, and we are right on the edge of Disneyland opening in the old timeline. That's what we're doing. All right, this photo is so blacked out. Extravaganza to mark Disneyland press preview dedication rights. So these are the articles that went up on the 16th, Saturday, July 16th. Disneyland will open tomorrow. It will become a real thing. And these are the articles, every article that was published that had Disneyland in it in California on July 16th, 1955. Jason, extra stamina. You know what? You're right, Jason. Let's go up. Let's go up. Let's finish strong. Jason, are you on the board? Yeah, you are. All right, Jason's on the board. Jason, I marked yours up. I put a blocker on you. Stu E. Are you the regular Stu or are you a different Stu? Is this different Stu? Or did Stu just say, you know what, man, I need to update. We're going to go that it's a new Stu. Oh, double stews. Double stews. There we go. The double stews. Brandon. Brandon is here. Let's give Brandon a stroke for a second hit. All right, let's go. Let's go. We're rallying. We're on the Disneyland opens tomorrow, guys. Let's stop jerking around. Disneyland opens tomorrow. It becomes real. Let's go. Let's go. We're standing up. We're going to rally through. Disneyland ready for a big premiere. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's make this thing real. Pinocchio becomes a boy. Coco drinks the cocoa. The little skeleton becomes a boy. Okay, Disneyland to open up. All right. Disneyland preview tomorrow. Disneyland section, orders now ready. Disneyland bus slated. Okay. Nothing crazy here. Blown out photo. Fabulous Disneyland is to open tomorrow. Angela. Aluminum denying Angela. Who's right down here. We're just going to pierce her logo with a churro. Oh, I got my red marker dirty. Mental note, don't do that again. And we got to put all the little cinnamons. The fun. What a disaster. Kayleen. Kayleen, what up, big cake? That is horrible. I thought I had more room. I thought I had more room. It's all coming apart. It's all coming apart. What in the hell is going on? Thought I had more room. Just not aluminum. a snack. So it appears when one goes over another, it creates like a little nastiness. All right, we'll do it over here. There you go, Kay. Got that big. Oh, I should have put you inside of the stews. Then it would have been the KU. All right, let's go. We got this going. We got this going. 125 articles. We can do it. Disneyland open Monday. Duh. Okay. I wonder if yesterday was going to be the big day. Like, it's the day before. Now it's kind of like set in stone. Disneyland set for dedication Sunday on TV. I'm excited to see what the news looks like once the park opens, though. That's going to be fascinating, too. So 90 minutes in Disneyland. This is a promotion for the opening special. Still looking for staff. Oh, okay. This makes sense. It didn't look like a little kid in the previous photo. It kind of looked like a grown woman standing like that. So now we understand that it's a young child. Yeah, we're just getting a lot of people talking about the dedication on Sunday. All right. Page 1. We did page 1. Let's go. Page 2. We're going to look all 120. Finish strong. Well... TV listings. Okay. Photo. TV listings. Okay. 2 down. Okay. This is about the TV. Clicking the channels. This is about the TV show. Yeah. Okay. That's a photo of the model, not of the park. Disneyland, Fabulous Kingdom on Fantasy opens Monday. That's an old photo over at Walt Disney Studios. There's the photo that everybody's using of him and the pony, which is so weird that that's what everybody gravitated towards. Okay. Big TV show to mark opening of Disneyland. Peter the World's Big Four. They're completed. Okay. Cool mermaid illustration. Disneyland tours. Starting Wednesday, July 20th, weekly tours to Disneyland are being planned to leave each Wednesday from 2 destinations. Ray, get a donut. I love donuts. Too bad you can't get donuts at Disneyland. Okay. Page 3, and then we're going to get Ray up on the board. So it looks like I really need to kind of, as of right now, because now we're getting 1 to 4 hits. Each of these articles has 1 to 4 Disneyland hits in it. So it's really looking like I'm going to have to go over the 16th, because that was the big infill drop day. How does she spell? Ray? Put Ray in a little banner. Now I realized I forgot to switch cameras. Boom. Ray banner. Ray. I should have drawn a donut. I should have drawn the official Ray donut. Okay. Thanks, Ray. Let's keep going. Okay. Pity the World's Big Four. They've got to compete with Disneyland on TV. Talking about the other stations will have to compete with the Disneyland TV show. There's that article, huge TV show. Yeah, I think the day before is actually going to be a bust. 2500 speed, final work on Disneyland. Yeah, I think all the marketing went into that 15th drop. Which thing, it's Friday. The newspapers back in the day were like way more calmer on the weekends, whereas nowadays, like newspapers got very big on Sundays. Everything from Davy Crockett to pigeons on Disneyland Preview. My God, it's already 7 o'clock. Oof. Disneyland Park dedication slated for tomorrow. Oh, it's like, is this guy on this flagpole at Disneyland? Is that something we need to pay attention to? All right, we're going to finish strong here. Okay. Recycled article. All right. Page 4. Ads. Okay, we're now getting into ads, TV listings, the bus station. That's a David Crockett look. Yeah. Disneyland to be unveiled on TVs. Okay. So I got one big day that I needed to parse through and break down and figure out what goes into a live, what goes into its own video. It's a little bit disappointing that like the day before there wasn't as much showmanship. But I guess if we look at today, like, today's the day before the Walt animatronic opens up and everybody's already decided they hated it. I haven't seen it. I don't know anything about it. I just know that everything that comes by my way looks like somebody complaining. But I want to wait and see it tomorrow with my own eyes. I want to like experience it. But I don't know. Maybe if people don't like it, it'll be easier to get a virtual queue tomorrow. Because I'm not even guaranteed to get to see it. Because I'm not fancy enough to be on any media list. I don't get invited to go to Imagineering. I'm just out there hitting the streets, doing it on my own. So if I don't get a virtual queue, then I won't get to see Walt tomorrow. Okay, we've seen this photo. Dude, they're still pushing the world beneath us. Whoever worked the press on the world beneath us did a fantastic job. All right, page 6. We are halfway through our final day. And it just looks like it's going to just be more. All right, here it looks like a photo. This is definitely a photo. Okay, let's just load them all up. Page 7. All right, now we're at one of 2 hits. So these are going to be smaller stories. Oh, I just realized I got to get my notes together for filming tomorrow. I didn't quite think this would take me 6 hours. But 6 hours, 16 days of news, 1,100 articles, lots of friends on the big board, endless amounts of beverages. We did it. Okay. So I'm just basically looking through. At this point, I know, and when it's just TV listings or an ad that I've seen 1,000 times, because I've been doing this once a week since the beginning of this year, reading the Disneyland news story, and ooh, that looks interesting. That's why you always go to the end, baby. Yeah, I'm going to go into it with an open mind. Like I said, if it's great, I'll tell you it's great. If it's bad, I'll tell you it's bad. I'm super looking forward to it, and it's already kind of been like clouded because I'm trying to go in with nothing. I'm not, as soon as I see it somewhere, I like click off the page or leave that app, and I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of negativity going around about it. Which, I mean, if it's bad, it's bad. There's nothing wrong with it being bad. I mean, If that's how people feel, it's how they feel. I'm not begrudging that. I just would have liked to have seen it without being like impressioned at all or influenced. Me, I don't want to be influenced. Okay. Oh, look at this cool photo. Huh. It's just the train and the steam running without any of the passenger cars. Interesting. Oh, again, but more clear. It's a cool photo. Definitely a photo I've never seen before. Huge Anaheim Disneyland Park to be dedicated. All right, what is this jackpot? Disneyland will open to the world Monday morning, 10 o'clock. Look at this illustration. Oh. Put an R in the chat. My God. Oof. Man, this Tomorrowland illustration is so good. Wow. All right, I need to make a copy of this. Yeah, that's what the R is for. Back during the pandemic, we would watch lots of old content, and whenever anything showed up that had the ism in it, we'd put an R in the chat. We used to watch a lot of old wrestling and stuff, and it just got like wildly like racist all the time. C in the chat means Christmas. R in the chat means the ism. Okay. Yeah, it's so weird how anticlimactic the last day is. Oh, what is this, though? Huh. I've never seen this train car before. Mr. Lewis estate is taken personally, conducted tour of Disneyland Anaheim. Her husband, president of the California Pharmaceutical Association, will attend a preview opening tomorrow, while South will also attend the reception for officials of drugdom. The officials of drugdom. Interested in the installation of old-time drugstore on the Disney grounds. Steen is the owner of Arlington Avenue Pharmacy in Kensington. Oh, look at there. Baxter, what's up? Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Ralph J. Emmons will spend Sunday in Disneyland near Anaheim as the guest of Mr. and Mrs. Claude Weinger of Laguna Beach. Sunday will be the fabulous spot's opening day, and 35 television cameras will be tuned in for its big premiere telecast. What a weird article. It's like a flex and a fun fact, bizarre fun fact thrown together, and none of it makes any sense. Disneyland, Fantasyland, Tomorrowland, Adventureland. I'm going to the same sort of place. So this is the first editorial like cartoon that we've seen that mentions Disneyland. I'm interested. How many more of these will we see? Will people start like clowning on it? I'm interested to see how it lands in the editorial cartoons, because this is the first one we've seen, and I'm surprised. I kind of thought we would have seen more of these all along the way. Will your carrier go to Disneyland? I hope so. And the journey ends with a Davy Crockett ad. All right, friends. 6 hours, 6 minutes, close to being the number of the beast. We did it. We made it through 1,164 articles. It is the 50th tweet, Ken. You're absolutely correct. I will figure out the plan on that big day of July 15th. I will parse through that. None of that data will go unseen. And I want to appreciate everybody who went on this adventure with me. I want to thank all the people up on the wall here that made this possible. I appreciate everybody doing this. This was a lot of fun. It was something that I needed to do on my own. Is there a circle there, or am I going crazy? You guys see this circle right here? Or am I seeing a circle there? Sorry, Jesse. I'm sorry you're still at work, and I told you that might go the whole way. I think 6 hours is plenty. All right, friends. Thank you so much. My plan for tomorrow is I'm going to go to the park. And for the vlog, I hope to be able to experience Walt Disney, film a review video, and upload it. And my video won't have any footage of Walt in it. I still want to believe that there are people that want to go see it without knowing what it looks like. So for many of you, Annette, I missed a lot of this. I'll have to go back and watch. I don't know if you have to go back. But yeah, so that's the goal for tomorrow. And if that doesn't happen, then it'll go up the next day. All right. Jason, I want to know, my friends, when can we do this again? Well, maybe. All right, you see the circle? I'm not crazy. Maybe we can do this again real soon because there were so many articles that we weren't able to go through, but we'll figure it out. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate everybody. And I will see you tomorrow. Not maybe, but definitely. Yeah, I'm hitting that virtual queue at 7 too.